Bum 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 bum. It's just so good. Bum 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 bum. What's going on, dude? We're back to playing video games that make sense. Played a teeny tiny little bit of Backpack Battles yesterday. It was fun, it was enjoyable, I liked it. Unless I'm gonna play that game a whole lot more, I don't wanna play it. Okay. There's so many moving pieces! There's so many moving pieces. Like on the one hand, I want to be better. On the other hand, I'm good. I already want to like, I want to reroll, dude. I want to be another character. I want to get better at leveling, you know? Ooh, la la. I think the other part of it is like, I feel as though I made a good choice by not playing this. While you know the league was more active. I think I would have lost interest, you know? Blue champ. What's going on in the world of Primalist? What's Primalist going on? What games should we moving pieces? Oh, backpack battles. I haven't played that game for a while, and man, it fucking shows. Apparently that game still gets weekly updates. That is unreal. I thought that game like fell off a cliff. It didn't, apparently. And by cliff, I mean like, I don't know. Just kind of fell by the wayside, but apparently they're still cooking, which is awesome. Love that. Speaking of still cooking. Got a month, dude. 1 month of Reno left to go. Is Sentinel gonna be good? Yeah, that's a great way of phrasing it. Oops. Not what I would have expected, but like amazing, right? Bum 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 beep bum beep bum beep bum beep bum. Bum beep bum beep bum beep bum beep. I got a better understanding of the battle pass for Play the Bazaar, or the Bazaar, and apparently for one of the battle passes, you like pay money to unlock the new cards, and you don't get the cards. You have to get to like level 25 on the battle pass first, and then you get the cards for it. Like, huh? We're probably gonna putting those here. I don't know if you're making a tariff joke about like the bazaar, or a tariff joke about like the country I live in. Because they're both welcome. They're both funny. I'll allow both. I just want to make sure I know which joke we're making. Ooh. Oh my god. Ah. Oh my god. My damage sucks. Ow. Oh. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Wow. What if he one-tapped me right there? Can you imagine? Oh, shit. Oh. Whoa! I shouldn't be tempting fate, huh? The fuck? Why am I so scared, Chad? I hate being scared. Yuck. That's how battle passes work for most things. They're terrible. Well, so in Marvel Snap, the game that has bad monetization, you pay $10, you get the card. And then as you work your way through the battle pass, you unlock like gems and free alt arts. And then you get like a custom cosmetic when you get to like level 50.
You've returned. I just need to not make a habit of it. Well, this place is going to get crowded.
You know what I mean? But like you're paying for the possibility of maybe getting something later if you play enough. What? Comparison point? Path of Exile Vault. I stopped playing Path of Exile before this was a thing. This is all like MTX, right? Wait. Is this not MTX? Do you get stuff? You get a simulacrum for paying money? Is that it? Oh, this is the free track. Everybody gets this. I mean, MTX, I love monetizing MTX. There's loot boxes in it. I mean, who cares? Yeah, this looks great. I mean, it shouldn't exist in the first place. And it's embarrassing that it does, in my opinion. To me, it's embarrassing that this exists at all. However, you get a bunch of free stuff, and then if you pay money, you get MTX. That is what games should do. They should monetize MTX, because people fucking love MTX. Just buy the MTX, don't make me pay $100 to unlock it. Well, it's like less money or something, isn't it? Oh, is this the only way you can get that particular MTX? Is that it? Listen, the very first thing that I said is that battle passes are cringe. Super cringe. If they're more or less cringe, I'm not particularly invested in it. Is 3 crit multi per point any good? What about 10 crit multi per point? Is that good? It's just cringe, dude. It's cringe. I made a thread on Blue Sky detailing my impression, my understanding of what's going on in the bazaar. Why are we spending so much time talking about the bazaar? Because there's nothing to fucking talk about in Last Epoch, homie. I need content. Where's my content? Come on, Judd. Why are you so afraid of letting me have permission to stream Season 2 content while no one else is allowed to play on stream? What are you so afraid of, dude? Come on, just let me log onto the CT server, load up twitch.tv, and play the game. What could go wrong, Judd? Let me do it. Oh, the exclusive? Okay, gotcha. I think they should just let me. I don't see what the big deal is anyways. Come on. What's this? Glove champ. I could do this and gain a bunch of corruption, huh? I feel like I'd rather kill the boss first, right? I should like kill the boss and use one of those things that I don't have? Oh shit, I don't have one. Valid point. Ah, let's go here. Wait a minute. Bum, bum, bum. Got to the guilds today. Trade guild pointless if you're SSF. No. You can still trade with people. You can still trade on the market. But in the spirit of SSF, you personally are probably more interested in COF. So you can certainly do Merchant's Guild, but if you're playing SSF, it's probably because you like SSF. And if you like SSF, then you should do the thing that feels more SSF-y. You know what I mean? Your Merchant Guild specific bases, they're all like mid-tier bases. Just like there are COF bases as well. None of them are like endgame things. You're not missing out on anything. They're just like stepping stones that if you never knew existed, you still wouldn't be missing anything. Bum, bum, bum. Boop. 4 set items. Soon, dude. Soon. I want to reroll. I don't want to play this. What's this? Yo, minion damage on a good Phantom Grip? Oh, this is a good wand base, isn't it? I gotta kill a Harbinger with it? 279 is pretty good roll on the prefix. Or sorry, implicit. What's the Harbinger base thing? What's the Harbinger base for wands? Surely someone knows it off the top of their head, right? Oh my god. He's 7% increased armor cast speed, stuff, shatter strike. Do I hate the character? I don't know. I'm not in love with it. I'm not in love with it, and there's no particular reason for me to be playing something that I'm not in love with. You know what I mean? Like, we're just playing the game for funsies right now. And if we're going to play for funsies, then we should either do something that makes Twitch chat happy or do something that makes me happy. And I don't hear anyone in Twitch chat having particularly strong opinions. And, like, I don't know. It's just fun. It's cool. I've never done it before. Like the new mana stuff. I haven't played Mage at all since the new mana stuff was introduced. Or Sork at all. We should play as many Sentinel bits as we can. Yes, we should. Holy shit. Aren't you just sent? Dude, can we just like play like... Can we play DPS Volatile Reversal? As like an ode to Volatile Reversal. Is Glacier that bad? No, Glacier's not bad at all. Glacier's great. It's not that it's bad. It's just like I'm not in love with it. Life's too short, dude. With aerial assault? Oh my god, yeah. You can skip everything with aerial assault. It's crazy how much mobility it gives you. If I said I really enjoy it if you played minions, would I do it? Is this thing any good? It's got minion damage on it. Quad, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Does it? I don't think it does. There's something that still does. T7 crit multi. Okay, let's hold on to this thing's insane. And the rest of this is just like blasé, right? Like nothing's like particularly good here. I guess I should hold on to that too, shouldn't I? Am I ever going to use a lightless arbor key? Okay, I'll keep one lightless arbor key. Says res. Garbage. Okay, so like I don't care about the rest of this shit. I gotta be true to myself, Chen. Forge weapon build is a send-off to the shitty Sentinel. I don't think I've ever played Forge weapons. You wanna play Forge weapons? Play Forge weapons. I gotta delete some characters too. Yo, pinching, what's going on? What up, dude? We're gonna go delete some shit. You in? Ugh, deleting characters is such a pain. You gotta rip the band-aid off. Do I have to like check their stash? Like they're all fucking solo characters. Oh, they're all solo characters. I could like transfer all their characters and make sure nothing gets lost in the meantime. Do I really care? No. Nope. What about my perfect item? Nope. ShamWow? More like ScamWow. Alright. For those of you coming on over from Low Stream, welcome. You're here just in time. We were playing a Glacier character just for funsies. And like, there's two things. First of all, I've never played the Glacier big mana stuff since it got added into the game. So I was gonna, you know, messing around with it a little bit. Hopefully not a bird. Also, I got no particular reason to play any old build right now. And as long as Twitch chat doesn't mind or doesn't have a strong opinion about what we play, I don't have a strong opinion what we like. I don't want to play a mage. Alex Vaz Perry. All right, done. I want to go play my boy Sentinel before he gets nerfed into the ground. Please be good. You know what I mean? Gonna make you think about those long ass names? Yeah, exactly, right? You play character found these days? Yeah, I guess so. Look at that sick item right there. It's so pretty. You know what this character is by looking at it, just by the fact that it has a completely unusable item in its offhand. You know what this thing is. Melee man, please listen. Melee man. Do do do. Am I gonna make a build contest for the new uniques? I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't do that. Smitey McSmite face. There we go. Chat, if you haven't seen it, I'm in Last Epoch, dude. People's Champion. There's a new unique being added to the game in patch 1.2. The flavor text references Heron the Swineherd. Oh, is there a setting for that? Yeah, it's no big deal. No minion builds. Let's delete something that's not level 100. Level 99? Yeah, but it's a Sentinel. I'm gonna let it ride. 2x2. Oh, his character was sick. I'll keep it. Celestial Shaman. So like we're very close to the point in time where all of my future Last Epoch builds are gonna be based off of what MTX is available for them. Like that's... Is Sentinel getting nerfed? We don't know what's happening with Sentinel. Sentinel's getting reworked. This character's level 99. I'm so sorry, dude. Get out of here. Deleted. Yeah, we don't know what's going on. Create online character here. You. Normal. Fuck it. Ship it. MTX greater than damage. No, MTX equals damage, dude. I think a transfer cycle characters to legacy. Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
This land is peaceful.
That is how cycles function.
Raya scorches this place to ash.
Alright. What are we playing? Barrel roll. Barrel roll. Barrel roll. So volatile reversal is getting gutted. New Sentinel's garbage.
At
He wishes to destroy us and steal Eterra's legacy.
What should we play right now? What's the last huzzah before we all start playing? What's gonna be OP next patch? What do you think? You think Rune Master? There's no way in hell that Rune Master is gonna be OP. I bet Rune Master doesn't change at all, and he becomes one of the least played masteries. Heartseeker with the helmet. Heartseeker looks cool. Pew pew. Have they talked about anything other than Sentinel? I don't believe so. There's the Heartseeker rogue skill. There's like the new amulets, or like the new like unique items. There's a handful of new affixes, right? Wait, can I not go in here? What the fuck? You can just walk through it? Wait, what? How do I get out? Dude, I bricked my character. Oh, what? Whoa. Oh. Huh? What? What's happening? Oh! Get him, dude. How do I get in there? This is so buggy. Come on, man. Should I bug report this? They better fix that before the next patch. Alright. It's a feature? I hate it. It makes it a throwing skill, and there's an item that makes throwing skills cast spells. There's an item that makes throwing skills cast spells? Do I know what that is? Share my screen on Discord for something, and Twitch audio came through, and I thought I was watching a regular show. And close. Beep. Bop. Beep. Bop. I got a soft spot for, what do you call it? For Sentinel. Yeah, what's the best Sentinel build right now? Oh, like Shield Bash, or like Shield Rush or something. Doo 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 doo. Oh, you wanna play Hammer Throw? Dude, I fucking love Hammer Throw. Maybe that's the play. We just like play Hammer Throw for old time's sake. Can you ask a mechanics question? I might be able to answer it. Maybe. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. You know what I mean?
So much destruction.
Boop.
And for
Bop.
what?
Boop. For percentage of physical damage increase apply to the procs of Blade Storm. Blade Storm? I don't know what Blade Storm is. Isn't Blade Storm a PoE skill? But yeah, if it scales with physical, assuming whatever Blade Storm is, Oh, that thing. With percent physical damage increase blood. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's fizz.
Before it reaches town.
Assuming you didn't convert it to like cold or something, then yes. You know what I mean? You should be able to hover over the Blade Storm and hold down Alt, and it'll tell you what tags Blade Storm has. It should be available to you. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Oh, I leveled up, dude. The fuck? I'm gonna do a hammer throw. Ignite, forge weapons, maybe. I don't know, dude. What do you want to play? I'll go talk to you.
I, Galena,
Join this. Yes, there you go.
would be honored to offer you an invitation to the Circle of Fortune.
An invitation to the Circle of Fortune.
Give me a ring. Do I have the throwing affix available? I do. Oh my god. I'm genius. Best in slot item right there. It's got movement speed. It's got damage. It's got all I need.
Grail,
Bam.
could they do this? And our alliance is secure.
Alright, wanna play forge weapons? Wanna play hammer throw? God, I love hammer throw. It's so good. So forge weapons like were busted. Because of the I get no Smelter's Wrath was busted. That was it. Oh, isn't the ring still bugged? Where it applies like all of your stats instead of just your weapon stats. I'm playing Manifest Armor. Professionals have standards. I don't want to play Manifest Armor. Eh. Eh. Boop. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, what kind of hammer throw do you want to play? Are we playing Bleed? Or do you want to play anything interesting? I guess Bleed's kind of interesting. It's cool. We'll play Bleed. What do you think? Chain hammer throw? Dude, if chain fucking hammer throw is still in the game for patch 1.2, I'm gonna make a Reddit post about it. Like, there's no way. There's just no way, dude. Oh my god, I can't move. Eh, eh, eh. I could click on the node and just have a terrible build for a while. I'd rather not, but I mean I could. What a strange node to have in the game. I'm just gonna play like I'm gonna play Warpath. Ouch. I'm play getting roasted alive. Do you think Warpath's gonna be OP next patch? So think of it this way. Volatile Reversal is gonna get gutted, right? And at the same time, I've seen Warpath builds that don't spec Volatile Reversal. Which is to say, I think Warpath builds are gonna be like relatively untouched, right? By the removal of Volatile Reversal. So like if anything, they can be buffed, right? By like all the compensation that the Sentinel's gonna get. You wanna try Bleed Hammers? You wanna try like Bleed Hammers right now, do you mean? Or Bleed Hammers like post-patch? Before I was ever a Spark Charge boy, I was a Hammer Throw boy. Emergency Guild to CUF. CUF. I like CUF too much. I don't really like market trading stuff. I'm good. I'll go farm out my own items. I think it's more fun. It's definitely worse. Definitely worse. But like, I don't know. It's a game. Play it for fun. I'm gonna go have fun. Disintegrating Aura. You wanna play Disintegrating Aura? Go on. But like Bleed Hammer Throw is exactly the kind of build that like I don't know, is it gonna be like good at all? I don't know, man. I need anything that's the word bleed on. We're gonna like level up Bleed Hammer Throw. Seems like a good time. Okay. And by bleed, I mean anything with the word dot on it. Hammer Throw. Spiral. Spiral. Let me go. Play some bleed. I just, oh, dude, Hammer Throw is so good. What's not to like about it? Come on. It's just so pretty too. Is there, do we know of any MTX for Hammer Throw yet? We know Maelstrom, Rip Blood, Lightning Blast. What else? What other MTX do we know about, chat? Opinions of respecking mastery. I think the people who are against respecking masteries need to touch grass. How about that? Flip it. True. True. Rebuke. To give you slightly more thoughts on my opinion of the mastery respec stuff. I think mastery respec largely affects casual players and doesn't really impact anyone else at all. And it's a huge quality of life for casual players. whereas it doesn't really impact anyone else at all. That's exactly the kind of change that a video game should make, especially a game like Last Epoch. Yeah. Done. Ship it. I understand the arguments against the mastery respec. EHG does as well. For a long time, EHG said, the reason we don't allow mastery respecs is that we want at least some of your choices to matter because everything else is so easy to respec. We want at least something to have permanence to it. On the other hand, it is a huge pain in the ass for a... there's some kind of bug right here. My projectiles are disappearing. Only on like this one piece of ground. I'm losing a lot of damage based off that. Oh, right here. There it is. Okay. There it is. Love it. Love that. On the other hand, for like a brand new player or like casual players, if they're playing a Beastmaster and they're like, oh shit, whoops, my build should have been a druid instead. Oh, I have to level up a brand new character. I'm just gonna leave the game. Boom, boom. I haven't seen the arguments against. I haven't seen the arguments against the mastery respec, so I don't know exactly who I'm arguing against. Because to me, it's like all upside, and then like the downside is for like sweaty tryhards. Like it's a downside for like a very, 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 very small population, and an upside for everybody else. So I don't know what the argument against it is because I haven't seen anybody pose an argument against it. Just don't know, Chen. I'm arguing against you. You're the final boss. Oh shit, dude. Hold on, let me respec real quick to a better debate class. You're gonna call me? You're gonna debate me? Dude, you know I can't debate against you. You're the master debater. Everyone made sure to let you know the arguments against it. Alright, you listen. I like it. Test, test, test. Oh, he's not here yet.
Hello.
Alright, Twitch chat, you can hear this guy, right?
I made a video like the other day and there was a few comments. So they made sure to let me know. So we're going to go and read through a few of these.
Alright, so these are the comments against mastery respect. And for the record, like, going into this, I'm pretty sure that the only people who are against this are like sweaty tryhards and people who need to touch grass. That is my initial opinion. We'll see if my opinion changes.
Well, first one is, to be honest, I don't like the changes, but that's fine. You're allowed to not like it.
Yes, good.
Second one. By the way, I just want to let you know, this video I posted was very positive about the changes.
Got it.
Okay? All right?
Got it.
I don't like it at all. This will basically destroy the ascendancy system. Now there will only be 1 to 2 builds, 1 to 2 good builds per class. Better if you can choose your ascendancy at the end of the prologue, so leveling an alt will be a completely different experience.
Nope.
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first.
I mean, I guess I should give more of a response than that. So this makes it so that there's only 1 or 2 good builds per class. If your perspective on good builds existing is so narrow as to have that opinion, then you also already have that opinion of Last Epoch.
I think you could say that about leveling builds, and I actually talk about this in the video, that like them making it so that we have the mastery respect system gives them more of a reason to actually care about leveling balance, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind not having to level my every single Sentinel with hammer throw every single time, right? Like that would be neat, wouldn't it?
Or like have some options for rogue other than, you know,
Yeah.
Umbral Blades this, Umbral Blades that.
Yeah, like I'm not going to level a different rogue without bleed, umbral blades, and puncture for probably the next 5 years unless things change. Same thing with glacier. Like, you know how awkward it is to level a spellblade, like up to like 50 or something.
Yeah, because like you want to be Glacier, but like get no fucking nodes to take that augment Glacier is like it's very
Now
awkward.
you can just play Sorg and
Yeah.
you're fine. Yeah. All right, here's the next one here. Significant change with positive and negative effects. Attracts more players, yes. Hold them? Probably not.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh.
On this one.
Holds and probably not. So I think you and I were talking about this like a couple days ago, Dread. We were saying like this is one of the pain points where a new player would want to stop playing the game. Like they level up, you know, a Blade Dancer, and they're like, oh shit, I want to try out Falconer instead. It's like, oh, I need to level up a fucking Rogue all over again. I'd rather just stop playing the game. Like leveling up a different class, like okay, you did like one Rogue and then one Sentinel. Like it's a totally different leveling experience. Like that's fun, right? But like, if you want to play a Falconer and you already leveled up a Blade Dancer, instead you're just gonna stop playing the game. But yeah, it's a huge pain in the ass. So it's nice. I like it.
Is there any other ones? Let me see here. Okay, let's look down through here. Sorry about that.
The fuck loot filter is this? Who the fuck's loot filter do I have turned on right
It's a
now? A
Torment
Torment Warlock?
Oh, well, like, I don't think you've ever played that.
I mean, I have, but like, why? This is a brand new character. Oh, maybe it's because I just deleted a bunch of
Yeah.
characters.
Maybe this has the same name as a character from before. That happened before.
Oh, it does. It does have the same name. Hey, what the fuck?
I think it's bad, but at the end, does it affect me? Probably not. I'm probably still going to reroll anyways because swapping everything around just sounds annoying, to be honest.
Yeah.
Most players only play one character, then quit. I think giving them the option to extend their playtime might be a good thing. I just hope they don't put league mechanics in standard, so people actually have a reason to play the new season and not just the old character. Who's gonna tell them?
Yes, agreed. In the short term, league mechanics will be going to standard as well. Long term, the plan is to have them exclusive to the cycle and then have them roll into legacy afterward. Yeah, like
There you
I know
go.
some of these answers.
I haven't even watched the video yet, but I don't like that they are going to let us do that. I like it being a permanent choice and having to make a new character for a new mastery. Maybe that's because I like to make new characters, and also I like to level as what I plan to play in endgame, even if it's not efficient. I can respect your opinion though, as my playstyle may be different from most anyways, and it doesn't necessarily affect me, as I can make a new character anyways. Just wanted to put out my 2 cents. Thank you
Yeah.
for the great video always.
What a great opinion that person has.
Yeah,
Love
those are the ones from the video, from my specific one.
Should I play
Well,
should I
that
play
weren't just-
Ignite?
Ooh, I mean the gloves do let you leech early on, so
That's true. Smite, Ignite, Echo, Melee, Inspiration.
Oh,
Void.
here you go. A forum post.
Yeah,
this
tell
will
me.
totally have some sane replies to it. All right, here you go. I'm sure it won't take me very long for it to realize. Here you go.
Void
Ichi
Weapons
always.
Club. Hey, go ahead.
Oh, so this is a reply to a forum post about, yay, finally mastery respect, you brought me back. This is a reply to that. Ichi always said they are listening to feedback and things change. What bothers me is that they now will add it without any bigger implementation, even though we don't actually know at all. This user might be leaking, unfortunately. Just a mere click of a button in a respec menu. No stipulations, nothing. This is like going from 0 to 100. This is the second major thing that will be added change that I personally massively disagree with, together with stash cost reduction. Okay, we're talking to a madman here. But with this now, I'm very worried that other things that I was very happy to see EHG have a firm stance will change as well over time. The community will now move goalposts further and further. The next thing people want will be an armory, now that the mastery will no longer be an integral part of one character. All right. So there's like a very small kernel of truth with this one, in my opinion, because this reminds me of like the armor, like the protections and stuff, how they went from just protections to instantly just resistance and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I don't think it matters. But I slightly see their point, but at the same time, like, games should change, otherwise they'll die or they'll stagnate, right?
Go on.
Like, people still play, like, I brought this up in my video about like people playing the same thing over and over again, like it's comfy, right? Like, people play Diablo 2 to this day over and over again, but like not tens of thousands, like not hundreds of thousands of people do, if that makes sense. Like, people still do it, but it's not like enough to like feed a live service title, you know, at least in my opinion. So like you have to change a little bit, right? And this is like one of those changes I'm not necessarily against, but you know, whatever. Do you think that there should be more of a stipulation to it? Do you think like it should be more
Well, we don't know
difficult?
what the stipulation is.
Well, yeah. Well, apparently this user is assuming that there is no stipulation to it though. So like what do you think about that?
It's hard because we just don't know. Okay, so like I guess let's assume for the time being that it's just gonna be like you spend 1,000 gold and you just like respec your mastery. Like how bad is that? I still think it's completely fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad at all.
Like even at that point, I think it's fine. Ignite on hit, dude. Let's go.
I think they're panicking because of all the negative forum posts.
You think EHG is panicking because of negative forum posts?
Who the fuck reads the forum posts? And it's becoming more apparent that the competition in the market is causing them to pivot.
Competition in the market with other action RPGs?
Yeah.
No, I think the only thing that you could point to and say like this is caused by other action RPGs is the ASWD thing.
Yeah, I could. Yeah,
Like that seems pretty clear that they're only doing that because like Path of Exile tried it out and had a really positive response to it.
I think the problem here is like you're assuming that like this hasn't been a long time coming anyways. Like we've talked about the mastery like being locked in for a while and how it's been a quit moment for a long time now. So like it's not like as if this is a new problem.
Yeah. Like it's not fun. It introduces friction where like there doesn't need to be friction, and it sucks for new players. The only people who benefit are like sweaty tryhards. There's no particular reason that it needs to be that way.
I'll check out the new season, but I have to say that a free mastery respec without any cost has placed a huge damper on my enthusiasm for it.
Why?
Character identity is something that is very important for me, and it pains me that the only really important choice you can make now is your class.
What?
I don't understand the important choice thing, because like you make choice, like just because you respec your mastery doesn't mean you have all the gear for your new character.
Yeah, like it's a completely different character. You're not gonna do it like, you know, all the time.
Like, it's like saying that like being able to swap between factions isn't like is like a problem with identity, even though like swapping your faction is such a drastic change. Like you have to respec your entire tree, you have to respec all your skills, you have to like change your gear entirely, unless if you're just like upgrading your character from like a marksman to a falconer or something, right? Like I don't know.
I like this response in Twitch chat, just saying like the mastery's already cheapened by putting it after Pinion. Like you get it so fucking early, like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I agree. Ever since they did that, it's been kind of just like whatever. And now that like I said, I'll be honest, my favorite part about it is I think leveling in Last Epoch is a severe pain point for the game.
Yeah.
Because like it sucks to have to level as a Storm Totem build every single time, but they're just, it's kind of like the arena thing too. It's like, oh, arenas suck. Let's just make it so you can ignore it. Oh, leveling sucks. Let's just make it so you can ignore it.
Like this isn't necessarily the right answer. But it's a completely it is an answer and it's completely appropriate. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah. How try hard will benefit though? I can play 24/7, but I love the change and the fact that it's finally happening. That's because you have during your life touched grass. I mean, good for you, dude.
I think this is a problem that a lot of people don't understand. It's like if like nobody's playing the game you're playing, you have nothing to you have no one to flex on. So like
it's the real PvP. Yeah, the real PvP is showing off how much better and handsome, you know, your MTX fully geared out character is than your opponent or than your friend.
This one's a freaking notebook and a half. Holy. All right, we're skipping past that one. Holy, some people are crazy.
Who are you? Dude, hammer throws so much fucking damage.
Yeah. Why would you play anything else? Why would you play anything else? And my problem is, I'm gonna say this, right? They're gonna be like, well, we need to nerf hammer throw then. No!
Just make other things also have fun.
Why does hammer throw have base damage while the melee abilities don't? Huh? Yeah. Riddle me this, Batman. Like, don't you think that like maybe you could add 20 flat to all the melee skills and like it wouldn't completely immediately murder the game?
No, totally.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
That sounds like a Lizard IRL complaint from 5 years ago.
I mean, like, I don't blame him. This is a good idea. There's a reason why spells and like Glacier is the best leveling spec right now.
Because it has damage on it?
Because it has flat damage on it, and you don't have to have a weapon early on to make it work. Like my problem is like upgrading weapons in Last Epoch is just kind of obnoxious. So it's I
imagine like myself playing. I feel like I did this so recently too. Like I was playing like the EQ Druid thing, and like the EQ Druid thing, it was fun. It was interesting because we found like good justifications for being a Druid. We could just swap back and forth. We got bonus stability. We had like a bunch of damage reduction. Like we had good justification for being a Druid on that EQ build. On the other hand, if I wanted to try out the Beastmaster version of that build, like in that scenario, my gear would be very, very similar. It's basically the same build. But like, I'd have to spend, 8, 10, 12 hours getting another character to like, level 80, level 90, just to play the same fucking character. Like, what if I just swapped masteries instead?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, too, is, like, this is just good for the viewer overall. Like, you testing it on both masters. Like, hey, this mastery is tankier. This one is like.
Hey,
does
but
more
they
damage.
shouldn't make any balanced decisions based on like content creation.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I mean, just in general, because like it just helps because it's just like like you can actually tell people like instead of being like I don't know, I didn't have the time to level one real quick and try it out.
Fuck these lizards. Get your ass back here. Oh my god! Don't despawn. I need you. Baby, come back. Come on. Oh yeah, we
The
did it.
conversation is starting to devolve. I'm trying to find people who are actually against it instead of like talking about random things. Oh, okay, here you go. Here's another one.
Yeah.
The only thing I somewhat dislike about this is the idea of there just now being one leveling build for every class. But is that different from how things are now? Right now, we just have one leveling build for each mastery. Either way, you're playing one character for the first few hours before you get to change to a real character you want to play. I think that this is a problem with Last Epoch in general, but yeah.
I mean, I think they've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Like this change, it does not represent a real departure from the current state of affairs. The only thing that changes is that new players have a better time. And that's exactly what we want from a change. So like weird,
Yeah.
I guess this thing? I don't know. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. This one's got the best. T2 ignite chance. T1 bleed. T1 bleed. I guess I should like do this and put like ignite on it.
Only a little longer.
Insane. Get him, dude.
I love this. I love this one.
Is this from the
It's
forum
like-
post or from a video?
This is from the forum post.
Tell me.
This is a common sentiment with some people about like, well, they gave us mastery respects. Why don't they just give us like WoW tokens so I can get to level 70 instantly without any effort? What will you pick? Starting off with empowered timelines unlocked, level 70 character, and a set of T6 exalted gear for a character of your choice, or doing the campaign and going through normal monoliths? That's such an insane departure. What the fuck?
I feel like I'm the crazy person. Yeah, like, what the fuck was that idol, dude? Unreal idol. 3 vitality, 16 out of 17, like nearly perfect vitality.
That's
Fizz
beautiful.
res.
That's exactly what I want to
It's
see.
insane. Yeah. So someone said how would tryhards benefit from this? Tryhards would benefit because other people have a worse time. That's it.
So I think the way that this would, okay, so the way that this would benefit, quote unquote, the tryhards, right? Because I'm in that camp, unfortunately, because I play this too much. But like, in theory, it's way easier for me to level 15 characters than it is for you to level 15 characters. So I can have more knowledge per character. Like I have just generically more knowledge because I have way more time not to actually play the game, but to actually just physically level the classes, right? And that shouldn't be the distinction on whether or not you have more knowledge than me. That should be, you know what I mean? Like, at least in my opinion, right? But yeah, that's like, I think part of the thought process there. I don't really agree with it, but it's there.
God, I love hammer throw so much. I should just be playing this thing. Is hammer throw gonna be buff, chat? Who's willing to break NDA and tell me if hammer throw is gonna be good?
There you go. Here's another one. if Diablo 3 didn't have the armory, I would probably have played a bunch more than 2 to 3 days per season.
What's
Same
the
for
armory?
Diablo 4. It's the thing where you can save a character and swap back to it at any time.
Okay.
Like you can save a whole set of gear, passives, and everything, and swap between them.
So
Like
this person's saying that this person says like if you didn't have loadouts, they play the game more.
Yeah, and then now, but having easy respec and being able to beat every single build with a single character, which is not true, removes the fun out of the game for me, especially when there are many games out there that cater to my preferences. Personally, I prefer to level with a direction. I like having objectives that tell me to go this way and that way, even if it's done 1,000 times, yada yada. Like, all this guy is saying, like, you don't, like, I don't know. This is just like a problem I have with these people is like, the way that they talk about it, they talk about like as if the game has removed their agency in this regard. Like,
Yes.
you can still play the game how you want to play the game. The only reason why I care about efficient leveling specs because I've leveled hundreds and hundreds of characters, and I'll be honest, dude, I'm done leveling like for fun. Like, I'm it's not what I do this for anymore. But like, if you've only played like 5 characters at most, leveling might be more entertaining for you.
Agreed. Here. Is that guy gonna quit if he doesn't get his way? It's like it's like the game's telling you how to play. It's like no, the game's really not telling you how to play. Like if you
The game is
prefer to do
giving you
something,
more options to play.
like if you don't like doing that, don't do that. To me, it's so straight. Okay, so here's another example, a counterpoint from like how I personally play the game. If I have a Void Knight, and it's like a melee crit Void Knight. And if I wanted to, if I instead wanted to play like a void.vk, I wouldn't respec that character. I would just level a new character. And like it's not the time efficient thing to do. The game offers me the time efficient thing to do. I can just take off my gear, put it in a stash tab, and put on new gear instead, and like respec my skill tree. I could do that, but I choose not to. And I've made that choice multiple times. And it's fine.
I do it because I'm a streamer and I need content.
Well, I do it because it's fun. I don't know. You make good content when you're having fun.
It was so funny. It's like to this day I still beat chapter 9 before monos, but the fucking chat thought it was like beat a chap. Oh, you're gonna go beat a chap, are you, huh?
Oh, you mean the auto moderator? Yeah. I love auto moderator, dude.
It's so funny.
I have the auto moderator on this stream set to like the strictest setting possible.
So
it's hilarious.
One of the biggest pieces of criticisms that I'm having for this is technically, so there's just kind of this weird dichotomy. Okay, people think both of these are true. They think that if mastery respecs are put in the game, it'll increase play retention, playtime retention, player retention, right? And if they think that if it's not removed, I mean, if it's not added, it will keep playtime retention because, like, so if it's not removed, I mean, if it is kept how it is right now without a mastery respect, people will play longer because they'll level new characters. But then the other side of the camp thinks that like people will actually retain the game more because they won't have quit moments like we talked about before, right? There's like kind of like a conflicting vision here and whether what do you think would cause more retention?
Yeah, kind of like people who are just like talking past each other.
Yeah, and if you have a casual player who just leveled his Sentinel character, his Forge Guard, and everyone told him Forge Guard was bad, and he doesn't have the ability to respec out of Forge Guard and level a new character,
he's
probably gonna fucking quit, dude. Yeah. Like low key, like people don't have the same, like people have less time in general. Like this is good for people with less time. No matter how you slice it, this is good for people with less time.
It greatly benefits casual players.
Yeah, and however you want to slice the cake, that is EHG's audience, is the casual player base. They're the ones who pay the bills, no matter how much you like slice that pot.
It'll lose player retention for the top 1%. I think I don't I don't think that's true.
Oh no, Cookbook won't play his frickin' Beastmaster
Like-
Scorpion for 3 months. He'll only play it for 2 months and a half.
But
Oh no.
I think he'll just still keep playing it though. Like
Yeah.
when you say like the 1%, Chet, like Dread and me, like we are a part of the 1%, and we're still gonna keep playing the game. Like, I don't know, dude. Even if I weren't making content for it,
I mean,
It's
I
just-
talked about it. Like, I would play a little bit less if I wasn't making content, but like, that's just because I would like to play other games.
yeah, but it
you
wouldn't
know?
be based on whether you can respec your class.
Yeah. Like, if I want to play a character, I'm gonna go do whatever I need to play said character. But like, Timmy, who like works 8 hours a day and doesn't have enough time to play the game, he's
Another-
not going to think about it the same way.
Another
right?
way of thinking about it is like, okay, so like if there's more player retention based on people not having access to swapping masteries, when they're leveling a new character instead of swapping masteries, are they having fun? Or are they just doing the pain in the ass method because that's all that's available because they want to have fun later? Like, no one enjoys that. Right?
Yeah, I feel like most people, after playing maybe their 5th character, would be like, I don't like leveling, dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, after a while, like, no matter how much time you put into it, like, there's gonna be a point in time where you're just like, I just want to get to the good part already. And of course, you know, the way that most people want them to do this is like some kind of adventure mode, but like, look at Diablo 4. That has actually killed retention. They play the game for like a day and then everyone leaves. Like, I think that there's like a balance to be had with this.
Oh, you know what? Wait, I have a clip. I've got a relevant clip. Hold on, let me grab YouTube
Oh
real
boy.
quick. Uh,
See, like that right there, Garai, that's the kind of problem I would rather them care about first, is this weird awkward point in the campaign or in the end game where like you're dropping items that you can't wear for 10 to 20 levels because you're level 70 in a 90 zone. Like, those are the kind of things I would like them to fix.
all right, here you go. Here's your clip.
I'm waiting for it.
I just don't like leveling.
I just don't like leveling.
I just yeah, fuck it.
I mean,
There you go.
yeah. Dude, there's like I don't know if you've ever read the forums, but like I understand why the devs wouldn't read the forums, dude. These posts are huge. Imagine if Twitch chat was filled with like 5-paragraph long questions. Like, you
they-
wouldn't fucking read it
They,
either,
they
right?
do. They do read it.
Yeah, but like, it's just after a certain point, like, it's just gibbering nonsense.
Everyone uses the same 5 leveling builds, right? Yeah, and like right now they do as well. Like if you care about leveling builds, if you care about this conversation, you already do this.
Yeah, it's just like, what kind of flavor of leveling build? Like, are you playing Spriggan Totems or are you playing Storm Totem? Like, are you playing? I mean, Hammer Throw works on all 3 classes. The Bleed Puncture Umber Blades thing works on all 3 classes. Shadow Daggers works on all 3 classes for Rogue. Glacier technically works. Spellblade's painful, but it works, right? What about Acolyte? Acolyte actually has a big power vacuum between like Chthonic Fissure and anything else. So that's like the biggest thing that this will affect is like I don't have to level as a stinky Necro anymore. Wandering Spirits, yeah, but like Chthonic Fissure is so much stronger though.
Sonic
That's,
Fissure
like,
is like
my
the
point.
biggest power spike in the entire game across all classes.
Yeah,
Sonic
it
Fissure
is like
nuts for leveling.
kind of absurd to be honest. But my problem with Chthonic Fissure is it's a well-designed skill, and I know Perry's gonna like cringe when I say this, but it's a skill that costs a lot of mana that actually does something for its mana cost. So it's like it's not necessarily something I disagree with having in the game. It's just like everything else is so bad that it just makes Chthonic Fissure look so good, right?
Yeah, Sonic Fissure's cringe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I knew you were going to tell me that. It's like, no, I agree, but like at the same time, like everything else in Acolyte is cringe. Have you tried leveling a non-Chthonic Fissure Acolyte?
Isn't
cringe.
like Volatile Zombie just like great? Come on.
No, it's kind of painful to be
Is it really?
honest.
That was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it was good until Chthonic Fissure arrived and
No, that's true.
showed us what a real leveling build was. Like the thing is like I don't even rate Chthonic Fissure like better than Glacier. Like I still think Glacier's still better, but like the thing is Acolyte's leveling skills were so bad that like we just thought that Chthonic Fissure was like I don't know. It's just Acolyte just has really bad leveling options right now.
Oh my god, it's so good. What an insane item. My leveling items are nuts.
Yeah, but that same class gets access to Puncture on all 3 masteries, Calvara. So like if every class could have access to Puncture, every class would play with Puncture for leveling. And this is just like a topic about ailments for leveling, but I don't bring it up often because I don't want them to take it away because I like it too much.
Like the ailments at base damage and everything else doesn't. Ailments?
Maybe?
Putting a suffix. I'm pretty sure this is still true. Putting a suffix of any percent chance to apply an ailment like bleed or ignite or even poison on a suffix of anything is your highest DPS option on like every build until like level 6 or something.
Yeah, it is. And maybe, just maybe we could, I don't know, maybe fix the problem by, I don't know, making flat not a problem, but I don't know, maybe we'll see the other way where they'll make it cringe where like ailments level as you level. It'll start with like 1 damage and then like it'll get all the way to 60 by your level 100. Isn't that such a good idea?
Is that cringe or is that
I think it's absurdly cringe.
really?
Okay, my question is
Is it really that bad?
ailments
I don't
are
think it's that
fun. Okay, when I play with ailments while leveling, it's fun.
Me
when
too.
When I play with hits while leveling, it's not fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you gotta do.
But are you just saying that because like fun equals I get to kill monsters? Like
I
is
mean,
is it fun or is it just good?
I mean, this is an RPG after all.
Hey, what build am I playing?
Focus on the potential you
Like I would assume.
Chat, what am I
that,
playing?
I guide the
What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. What do you want to do? Fuck a Racing Strike.
You should play a Forge card.
You want to play Paladin?
You could play a Forge card.
Better choose wisely. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you better choose wisely. You can't respect this.
Forge
change.
Guard, obviously.
You can respec it later. It's fine. You can play Forge Guard.
Rive is fun.
I see the
Rive is fun.
So listen, chat.
Yeah.
I've said for years that Void Knight's my favorite master in the game. I'm just gonna keep clicking Void Knight. Come on. Shut up.
Hey, later in the future, that'll just be the objectively correct decision, so you don't even have to think about it.
Increased damage taken. That's good. Okay, it's got movement speed. What the fuck?
why. Thank you. There is an old passage to the surface.
Here you go. Here's another one.
you
Here's
got, dude?
another detraction. Yeah, I had all these plans for all these different builds I wanted to use and collect loot for. Now that opportunity is ruined because I'll just respec my highest level tune and try out the other build. No investment beyond your one tune. Kind of shock. Do these people not understand that you can you can only respec like the mastery within your class? I think that's what the problem. Maybe there just wasn't enough communication.
No, because
apparently.
it's mastery respect. Mastery is your subclass. There's no way that people think that you can just, like, swap your starting class. Like, words have meanings. You know, like if someone says this game's never going to be pay to win, they're expecting that you don't suddenly make it pay to win.
I went into that rabbit hole this morning because I was curious what you guys were talking about. What's going on over there, man?
I posted a thread on Blue Sky if you're interested. I linked it in Discord as well.
I was about to say, like, you're assuming I have Blue Sky.
Yeah, Blue Sky's great. It's like Twitter with no Nazis.
I mean, I didn't have Twitter either, so.
Excellent choice. Amazing choice.
I don't have a Facebook either.
10 out of 10, dude. You're doing great.
Where is it? I'm trying to find it.
It's in like resources, I think. I don't know. I didn't post it in the general. I put it in like resources.
Oh, you put it in announcements.
Oh, I put it somewhere. I don't know. It's an announcement.
Okay. I will say one thing I will say over Blue Sky, over Twitter right now, is the fact I can click on a link and actually see the post and the replies to it without needing to log in. I think that is great.
I completely agree with you.
All right. You can't recommend it currently.
Those thing. Like the one part of the whole Bazaar thing is that like they said the game wasn't going to be pay to win, and now they're introducing pay to win mechanics.
Yeah,
it's like, well, that's frustrating because like they kind of went back on their word, and like it sure looks a lot like the monetization from Marvel Snap, which is bad. It's just bad monetization. Ain't nobody looking at Marvel Snap and being like, all right, we should do that too. Like, it's just bad. And then the other half of the situation is that the guy, I don't know if he's like a main dev or the main guy or the main something, like the guy who like made the game, Reynad, he's like really full of himself. And I've started describing it as this. Him over the past like 48 hours is the best example of why a game should have a community manager. Like, he is the worst person to have in front of a camera and to have in front of the microphone. This is not the person.
It's all the dono messages, I swear.
Yeah, you do not want this person to be in any kind of spotlight. Sounds like it. So I don't know him from the Hearthstone days, but I was browsing Reddit because it's hilarious. And people are like, oh man, if you don't know Reynad from the Hearthstone days, you're in for a wild ride. And I was like, oh, I mean, maybe I am. Because like the only thing that I knew about him is like, you know, maybe like a month ago or so, he made a comment reading through his patch notes. He's like, yeah, we were going back and forth on this change, and Reddit was really in favor of this change, so I'm pretty sure it's the wrong change. Which is a funny thing to say. And I was like, okay, listen, that is funny. That is humor. And that was my first introduction to, like, you know, his sensibilities. Since then, I've realized that he's not funny. He's just incredibly full of himself. Wow. Wild. Oh, let's go talk to this thing.
All right, I'm trying to find more detractors here.
I want those boots. I
don't think I can find anything else right now.
Good.
So
like, yeah, it feels like
that's it so far.
It feels like for this whole mastery respec thing, it feels like you need to look for the darkness. You know, if you look for the darkness, the darkness is all you'll see.
No, they came for me.
Well, I mean, like, listen, if I had to find it, because like prior to you talking in voice chat with me right now, like I didn't know what the detractors were saying. Like I could guess, but I haven't seen any of them. They're not here. Like I don't see any of them on like Reddit, for example.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like it just seems like as though if I make a video talking that the game is good, people complain to me that the game isn't good. And if I make a video talking about how certain things in the game isn't good, then people will be like, "But the game is good." I feel like I have a very binary audience currently in that regard. And I necessarily don't like it.
I should make videos called game mid. Like it's not good, it's not bad.
Mid.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Are they gonna like say it's better than I'm saying that it is, or it's worse than I'm saying it is? I don't think anybody would take the bait. I'd have to try really hard to sell it. I don't think anybody would believe me. Let's go here.
Play devil's advocate to both sides. I hate that. So something interesting actually. Now that Poor Joy brought it up, I made a 3-hour video talking about every skill in my opinion that needs buffs and
Dude,
nerfs,
you're
which
nuts
ended
for
up
making a
being
3-hour video ranting about every fucking skill.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't every skill. It didn't include Falconer, it didn't include Sentinel, because it would be ridiculous to include Sentinel right now. Like, what's the point? Well, no, it's just there's no point in talking about Sentinel because, like, it's going to change.
Right.
Sentinel's going to have a completely
I hear
different problems. Yeah, but, like, the reason why I liked making this video, because it made me realize that, like, 90% of skills in Last Epoch are designed well, they just don't do any damage. Like, the trees themselves are fine, they just don't do damage. Like for instance, a good example here is Runic Invocation's like tree isn't a problem for the most part. Like there's problems in terms of like, you know, the body armor that could get fixed. But like the tree itself isn't bad. It just doesn't deal any damage. It doesn't have the numbers. And it's just like that's like
well, no, Runic Invocation skill tree, it does have numbers. It's got cool and interesting multipliers to it.
Yeah.
Like it's fine.
Well,
it's just
added
like
damage effectiveness is just as much of a number as everything else, right? Like
yeah,
Avalanche proved that, right?
Yeah, but like it's not the skill tree for Runic Invocation that's boring. It's like the fact that there's 40 different ones, but realistically there's like 2 that aren't dog shit, and like they're both kind of mid. Like
yeah,
there's so many options and they're all fucking terrible. Like I don't know, just buff them. What's the worst that's gonna happen?
Well, my big thing too is something a rabbit hole I've unfortunately went down is I realized that right now almost every single skill that's just a spell damage over time just has supremely low numbers. Like for instance, a good example, Disintegrate. Like I feel like
Entangling Roots.
Yeah, I feel like they're made without the idea that like attack and cast speed is a thing that can scale other characters. The only thing that isn't like that it doesn't feel this way is Torment. But that's because Torment has actual scaling options inside of its tree.
I don't actually know if Torment's any good right now.
It is very good right now.
Still good post nerf?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is there will be someone saying like, yeah, well, I'm no longer doing 2000 corruption with it, bucko. I'm like, oh boy, oh no, you went to 2000 corruption. Oh, how dare I say that? How dare I say it's still good? Ooh. Like a good example here is Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame has 700% added damage effectiveness per second, by the way. I don't know if you knew this. And it still does no damage. And
yeah, I remember feeling that way as well.
Yeah, it's
feeling like you really just need like bleed or an ailment or something else to be proc from it. Like it's never going to deal damage all by itself.
But my problem is your feeling there was every single spell dot skill I brought up in that video, which was almost all of them. So like maybe spell dots need like some love in that regard. But my problem is like if you do it that way and you like buff up the base numbers and all that, everything's gonna look funky because like you're gonna look at like Ghost Flame and it's gonna read like 1400% added damage effectiveness per second, and it's still probably gonna be mediocre. Like how much do you need? How much do you need to make it work?
But it's such a cool build with Entangling Roots if it didn't heal the enemy. Big mood. Somebody on YouTube asked, "What at this point, what are you planning on leveling for Season 2? I'm planning on leveling the patch notes. I just like... So I have a channel point redemption on this stream on Twitch for people choosing my starter build, or for choosing my build. And Dread redeemed 250,000 channel points to choose what my next build is going to be. So like, assuming that he doesn't troll the shit out of me, I'm going to let him choose my starter build.
I'm going to choose a Sentinel. It would be unfair to not choose a Sentinel with how many changes coming.
I mean, come on, Sentinel. That's like, it's good content. I'm a Sentinel lover. I am currently a Sentinel truther. I think the Sentinel change is gonna be good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in disclosure, I'm part of the CT program, so like I know all of the things that are coming. I just try to act like an idiot as much as possible. Rody, what's going on? Welcome back.
See, this is why he plays the Bazaar all the time on... Well, he used to, I guess.
Poor Bazaar.
Yeah. I mean, it lived as long as it needed to, right? It was convenient, right?
You know what? That's true. For me, Bazaar did exactly what I had to do.
Because, like, now on, we're going to get patches within 3 to 4 months of each other now, right?
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 Right? Right?
Right?
Ah, fuck. Right?
Well, apparently, I've been seeing the Ask the Devs and stuff up. They're already working on Season 3. So
Are they really? That's good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, that's good.
Fire Aura Void Mage. Is Fire Aura Void Mage going to be the new OP? God, what a patch that would be. Imagine if Fire Aura Void Mage is gonna like finally be a build.
I think they're referencing that because one of the uniques I talked about today that I wanted to get buffed was the Dark Shroud of Cinders.
Well, that'd be such an amazing patch. Surely. It'll happen, dude. Don't worry. Boots. Birds.
Something interesting I thought about the other day while making that 3-hour-long video was the impact of healing hands on Sentinel in general. Just as a skill, just having a skill that doubles your
melee attacks. Yeah, that's awesome. What a great addition to the game.
And it's like my problem is it's like I can't imagine playing without it. And it's just
you mean like Warpath?
Did you see they're nerfing VK Warpath?
Wait, no. Are they?
Yeah, they are.
Whoa, what do we know about that?
All right, so in the Terra Monthly, they'll talk about bug fixes every so often.
Yeah.
And one of them is fixing the Warrior's Fury bug where it was causing it to work with indirect casts of Warpath, like the shrines. But this is also going to change the functionality of the echoes from Warpath. So you know how like you get Warrior's Fury and the Warpaths, they grow a little bit? Like essentially every single echo that you have from Warrior's Fury just lost a 50% more damage multiplier.
So if you're using Warrior's Fury, like the increasing mana cost node on a VK, that's a bug? It's a bug that it scales the damage of the echoes?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild.
Huh. Yeah. We just thought it was just there because, you know, it was good. But I guess Sentinel isn't allowed to have good things.
Poor Sentinel.
Yeah, poor Sentinel. I think it's fine because it'll reduce the power gap between Echo Warpath and not Echo Warpath, but the problem is like...
Well, it's also going to reduce the power gap between Warpath and like your basic attack.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like... So, what do you think about some of the new uniques that are coming that we saw?
Which one do you want to talk about? Oh, are we
Mana guide.
wait. Are we having a podcast tomorrow?
Yeah, we can. have a
Aren't we
podcast
having a
tomorrow.
podcast tomorrow specifically to talk about unique items?
Well, we're gonna like talk about if they're good or not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you want to talk
Like-
about unique items and whether they're good or not right now?
I mean, yes, we have a general consensus of what we think about. So
Oh,
that
okay.
podcast doesn't last like 5 years, right?
Sure. All right. I'm killing Void's Flayers right now. So you feed them to me and I'll talk.
Yeah, I'll find the imager link one moment here.
All right, give me. Chad, if there's any unique items from that video that you want to talk about, now's a great time.
If someone could link me that imager link, that'd be great. By the way,
Yeah, could someone do the hard work for Dread?
Shattered World's a good start. You saw
What's it
the
do?
relic, right? It's a unique relic that has 8% base crit. You always have frenzy, or yeah, no, I think it's
You always have haze.
I think it's haste.
And you can't
there's
be
so many
slowed?
lines of text on it. Yeah, I go find it. All right, it was somewhere, and then like
Yeah,
people in my
that, so
Discord
I,
talk
that
about-
the item that you're talking about, surely 1000%. That is an item that drops some Uber Aberoth, right?
I feel like as though it would be straight up troll if it wasn't. So we're just gonna live we're gonna live in the reality that it is.
I think it's a normal drop.
Could you imagine? Most common item in the game.
What's my opinion on that item? My opinion on that item is, would you rather an end game powerful unique item be powerful and generic, or powerful and specific to one particular build?
Rather be powerful and generic. I
Yeah.
think it's really cool that there's an item that has 8% base crit that isn't just like the rings or the helmet, because like my biggest problem right now with a lot of items they've been giving us, like a lot of two-handed items, they have no freaking base crit on it. You
Yeah,
know?
it
Like-
seems
like
like
the
a
Rat City speed, like that's a buff to that. It's a buff to, you know, the entropy hammer. Like it's a buff to so many skills and so many builds.
yeah. So like on the one hand, like it might be a negative that your super end game build is going to tend toward a Nihilus amulet, double red ring, and that thing, right? Like your end game builds are going to kind of homogenize around those things.
I mean, you would say that, but like, Twisted Heart's still an item.
Yeah, it definitely has an opportunity cost of not being something else. Also, I just
Like-
think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine too. Like the relic slot is so contested that I think it's fine to have something like this. Not every build needs this thing.
And like it's still going to differentiate because, you know, you're going to look for different LP. It's going to have opportunity cost of other items to be there instead. Like the rest of your build's going to look different. Like not every Red Ring of Atlaria build just like you're giving up something. Like even though Red Ring is so good, you're still giving things up to include that in your build.
I think for a ring, it's a lot more egregious because our ring slots aren't as good. But for the relic slot, because it's such a strength gap, like I'm not gap, but like they're so close to each other in strength. Like would I really choose that over a Vessel of Strife? I don't know. Like that's a good question.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Why is the level requirement so low? No idea.
I mean-
There's no way it's not from Uber Aberoth.
It just drops for your level 1 character.
Yeah, right. What the fuck? Would you rather your end game Uber Aberoth items look like Nihilus or look like a two-handed mace that you're never going to use? Like, I don't know. I'd rather just be doing. So like, there's a chance that that item also has positive, negative rolls. Like, what if it says like you're always slowed and you can't gain haste?
You're always slowed.
Like that'd be fucking funny, right?
Imagine you finally kill Uber Aberoth and you just drop that.
It's like,
Maybe
ah,
that's-
shit.
Yeah.
Like, what if it's got positive, negative? That could be like, you know, what if the crit rolls between, you know, -8 and +8? Like, it has the potential to be very interesting. Do we know what the rolls are? I don't think we know what the rolls are.
No, we don't.
Okay.
All we know is it was in the trailer. That's all we know. Speaking of that. Oh, you know what I can do? Oh, I can just go watch my fucking video because I looked at everything. Wait a moment. I keep forgetting I have videos.
Couldn't be me.
We'll talk about the champion affixes at a later date, probably.
The champion affixes look fucking awesome.
I
I
think
am
they do
real
too.
excited for those.
There's some kind of troll ones here and there,
That's
but
fine,
like
whatever.
it's fine. Yeah. All right, here you go. Oh yeah, this one. Oh, speaking about leveling being like trivialized, by the way, Dominance of the Tundra, level
is
10 requirement. Evade cast Glacier along its path.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of flat strength and intelligence, 400 flat armor, 50% reduced damage taken from critical strikes, and 25% increased evade duration, evade distance.
Yeah,
Think
I love
about
it. That,
invalidating leveling.
that, like, that's amazing. It's
Dude,
so cool.
Wizard is gonna be so cool.
What
You
is?
just put that on, Wizard Bear. You put that on, and you put on the Harbinger of the Stars, and then you just call it Wizard Bear.
You wanna proc spells while running around like a bear?
Yeah. Well,
I
in
love it.
theory, for
Yeah.
clear, it's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
really good because like it means you can apply, meteors without needing.
Yeah,
to
but
stop.
how are you gonna get a bunch of intelligence to scale your damage on a bear?
What are you talking about? You just run straight.
Right. Oh, for your flat damage?
Yeah,
Just
and
sure.
then you run percent damage while transformed.
You're
one of
not
the
even gonna
stronger
make a
affixes in the
single
game.
joke about Clever Cleaver?
Oh, I get it. Oh, yeah. I get
Not
it.
a single joke? Come on,
Yeah.
dude. I thought we were on the same page.
We could talk about inheritance of the erase if you want to talk about a minion item, or you can skip it.
Hold on. What's the chance that Uber Aberoth is the current Aberoth? Because they're basically redoing the encounter. I think very low because I explicitly called out rebalance for Aberoth and the addition of something called Uber Aberoth. I think it's very low that they're just the same encounter.
Yeah, I think we'll skip over the inheritance of the erase. Much like Perry's amulet, it's just a good minion item. I love that I love that Nox really didn't want a minion item, and then you just ended up with like one of the best minion items this side
It
of
wasn't
Mississippi.
intended to be. I thought the
That is
idea of
so
trying
funny.
to... I thought trying to make something like Doedre's fucking skin... That's kind of what I was aiming for.
I just
I'm
hope that this
surprised that it
means-
ended up the way that it did. But
I'm just
I don't know,
happy
fuck
that
it.
like penance actually becomes usable, but I'll hold my breath. Oh, we can talk about Essence Weaver because that's been the round of the talks all day.
What's Essence Weaver? Fill me in.
It's a two-handed spear.
Wait,
it's a
two-handed
weaver's-
spear?
Yeah, it's a Weaver's Will item. And gain a stack of elemental essence whenever you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy up to 9 times per 3 seconds. I hate this clause, by the way. I hate these clauses. But at 9 stacks of elemental essence, consume all 9 stacks to cast a Smite, Frostclaw, or Stormbolt at nearby enemy per essence consumed. Stats on this item are tripled for casts which are consumed by elemental essence. 51 flat spell damage, 114% increased elemental damage,
That thing's
and
a spear?
35% increased mana regen. Yes, it is a spear.
Maka?
So, yeah, that's the first part. The second part is a Weaver's item, so you don't really get to choose what's on this. Also,
Yeah.
as well, there's kind of some design, like chaff, where you want to put melee attack speed on it, but you're not taking advantage of the triple stat thing.
Yeah, yeah. It sounds good with Rive. Right?
Well, remember, it's random. It's random. You could have 9 smites. You could have 9 frost claws.
Sure, but like, how does Rive interact with doubling the stats of your weapon?
I don't think it works that way. I don't think it
Does it double the flat damage?
I don't think
Because
it would.
the
Because it would only
Foe Cleaver
double it
nodes,
for
the Foe
Rive.
Cleaver node says no. It doesn't say for Rive, does it?
Yeah, it does say for
It does.
Rive.
Okay.
It's only for Rive, yeah.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe
So-
the Foe Cleaver node.
The problem I have with this item is Smite, Frostclaw, and Stormbolt are all skills that at their base are ass.
Yeah.
So you're just getting a bunch of random hits that happen to be spells. So for ailments it's kind of okay, but at the same time you're only getting 9 every 3 seconds. So that's 3 extra hits per second. For using a terrible item, Like, this item is terrible at base, by the way. I just want to let you guys know that. A Weaver's Well two-handed here that, like, you can't really roll attack speed on it because you're going up against, like, the point of the item, right?
I mean, you're never going to use that item without attack speed, right?
Yeah, but the problem is then you're wasting the line of tripling the stats on it for the procs. And then as well, on top of that, when you do that, it's a Weaver's item. You don't really get to necessarily choose what goes on it. Like, there will be an opportunity cost of having specifically the affix that you want. Like, generally, if you want specific affixes on a Weaver's item, you gotta, like, grind for a very long time. Trust me, I know, as a Font of the Erase enthusiast, it's not necessarily a good thing that it's a Weaver's item. It's actually a downside. If this was like a unique, I think I could see it seeing a lot more play, but like the fact it's a Weaver's item is a massive like downside here. This actually made me think about a video topic because I wanted to talk about how like base skills in Last Epoch without the specialization tree suck, and this is a good example of it because like in Path of Exile this thing would be insane, but here it's garbage.
I wonder if it has like some hidden interaction that we're not gonna know about.
Farewell.
Where
I mean,
like if you have Smite Spec, it's gonna like choose Smite more often or something.
it doesn't say that on the item.
Yeah, but like sometimes items like this have like hidden
like,
technology that we don't know about.
Are you saying you're gonna hold Alt and it says that? But it says
Yeah,
rain, though.
yeah, I don't know, dude.
That would be overpowered as balls then, because you could just spec Frostclaw, and then like just cast giant Frostclaws. Like, then the item would be solved forever. You just play it with Frostclaw. To be honest, you'd never play it with Stormbolt. The Stormbolt part of this is completely garbage, by the way, mind you.
Poor Stormbolt. I like Stormbolt. Stormbolt's so cool.
No, Stormbolts are good, just not here.
Yeah, Gathering Storm's so cool. Stormbolts are so cool. I don't know.
It's just like here, it's just like, I mean, remember, base Frostclaw without the specialization tree is a bad skill. It's like, it's not a good skill.
Is this another podcast? No, we're just shooting the breeze.
We're just spending time because like we have nothing else to do for a whole month. Oh, this one, I hate this one. I freaking hate this one. Oh my god. Gordian Prism.
What's it do?
Directly casts three runic invocations. Always cast Grand Prism Nova. Grand Prism Nova's base damage is converted based on the runes used.
All right, here's my 2 cents on this item. When you said that you were gonna choose my build, I started panicking because I saw that this item existed.
No,
I was
I'm
like,
gonna choose the Sentinel.
please don't make me play Grand Prism Nova.
I mean, the thing
He's
is,
like, it's new. No,
I might
don't.
have 250,000 more points up in my pocket. I
I
can make it as your second build.
That was my biggest concern when you redeemed the points. Like I remembered that this build existed. I was like, please don't. Like
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
do that to you.
I wouldn't honor your points, dude.
has
I would
more-
make you lose all your points for
true.
nothing.
It has more lines though. Grand Prism Nova gains chance base ignite, shock, and chill per rune, which is useless for Grand Prism Nova because you're not hitting that often anyways. And then 10% chance to not consume runes when invoking per unique rune. So like a 30% chance not to. My problem with that is like, are you really paying attention enough to like actually cast it like that? Like let's say I do this, right? And I cast my runic invocation. Am I really paying attention to my bar to cast it again? I guess I can look above my character, right?
You're probably using like some kind of rune what's it called? Rune bolt thing? Like to randomize shit for you?
No, actually, I think that there's actually already a meta option for this already. So right now, as it currently stands, at least in my opinion, I have to make sure that this works before I say it, but like, I'm pretty sure you can use the new Mana Guide amulet, run around using Mana Guide and go entire mind over matter, and then like use the runes while channeling, and then whenever you get 3 runes, you just use a runic invocation, get 3 runes, runic invocation, get 3 runes. At least in my mind currently. But I'd have to go look.
Is Mana Guide gonna be the new release Ghost Flame?
In its current state, from what we're looking at it, yeah. In here, yeah. Yeah, my problem with Gordian Prism is it's good if Runic Invocation's good. It's bad if Runic Invocation is bad. And unfortunately, one of these things are true right now.
Which one? I need to kill thresholds. It's a good.
Oh, what's this item? Pearl of the Swine. Your Bone Curse also inflicts acid skin? Wow, that's a pretty good minion item. Damn.
That's sick, dude.
Yeah,
I've heard that it's not a minion item, though. Like, you're not allowed to use it on minion builds.
I posted that on, like, I posted that on your video, and then I got, like, a well actually in the comments. It was pretty funny. You know what? I want to go look at that real quick.
Yeah, you're not allowed to use Pearl of the Swine on minion builds. It actually, like, disables it. The item falls off.
I just love how dumb that is.
I think it's a sweet item. Listen,
I mean, if you're
having more sweet items in the game, love that.
Oh, here it is. I mean, if you're manually casting Bone Curse to inflict acid skin so your minions get bonus critical strike chance, you're giving up some other skill in your hotbar to do that. I think the problem is they're assuming that if you have, like, a bunch of minions on your bar that are good...
They can't be mean.
It's competing with Death Rattle. What's stronger, chat? 20% base crit or just added flat crit, or like Death Rattle? Can you guys guess which one's better?
Isn't Rattle good? Doesn't it do? It's got like crit multi on it, doesn't it?
It got nerfed like twice in a row, Perry.
Oh, did it? I don't know what this thing does. I don't play
Death
fucking
Rattle
minion builds.
currently
what's Death Rattle
gives you 63% minion critical strike multiplier.
Isn't that
it went
a lot?
all the way. No, it used to give you 200%.
Oh.
For minions that can't cap their crit, that's awful. Also, it says your minions take 10 to 30% increased damage.
Yeah, but it's got int on it.
Oh boy.
Death Rattle is sustained for pound pop.
Your amulet has int on it. It has +4 to all attributes.
It's so good. It's got attributes. It's got all resistance. It's on a good base type. It's got vitality. Oh my god, it's so good.
Limit isn't the runes, it's the cooldown. Yeah, that's just Gordian, like that's just like runic invocation problems. I just love the well actually, even though the well act, like if you're gonna well actually mean, can you at least be right?
You want to say keeper gloves? I don't. Get out of here. Is the B build a thing? I've technically seen people do B builds. I've seen it.
I saw there's someone killing Aberoth with a B build. It took like 4 minutes, but they did it.
4 minutes is fine. I don't know.
Oh, I think it's fine too. It's just like, like, I don't know. Like my problem with this discussion is this is entirely on EHG's plate for this. Like, what do they think is good, right? Because they're the ones going to be nerfing everything, right? If you think about it. All right, next item here. Mana Guide. Unique Amber Amulet. While channeling focus, you move towards your current target location at 70% of your total movement speed. While channeling focus, you cast Lightning Blast 3 times per second. Mana regeneration from focus is half as effective. 69% increased mana regen. Nice. 42 ward per second while channeling. 98 ward decay threshold and 27% lightning resistance. Mind over matter is a thing, right?
Yeah.
It is currently a thing. And what does like focus give you? Doesn't it give you like an insane amount of armor?
And then like you get armor while channeling blessing. I'm pretty sure it gives you DR as well.
And I'm pretty sure as well there's nodes inside of it that many people don't really grab, but is insanely relevant here. The health gain per int. Like, I'm pretty sure those are insanely strong.
I think Rhodey's in chat right now, and Rhodey is one of my sources for builds that are like too tanky for their own good, but I don't ever want to play them. because that's the kind of thing that he enjoys playing in arena.
Yeah.
He's done focus builds in the past, and like they are too tanky for their own good. But like imagine having that and then also moving.
Being able to move.
Like
yeah.
this seems busted.
There's literally a node that gives you like 30 health per second while channeling, and then you get 6% increased healing effectiveness per intelligence. So it's like 180 healing per second. Although, of course, you know, that's not as strong as, I don't know, the 25% less damage taken from chilled enemies, the 25% less damage taken from shocked enemies, and the 25% less damage taken from ignited. You know, they might have to change these.
I thought this thing was bugged. I thought I could
Maybe.
just like go down there, but yeah. I definitely underestimated Ghost Flame when it first came out as just like the linchpin for a whole bunch of Warlock builds.
Shenanigans.
Yeah. And just being, you know, giga tanky, having movement speed. And like I've made rants in the past talking about, you know, channeling skills that also allow you to move. But like channeling skills that also allow you to move that also deal damage is like a whole nother story. Like, I don't know, man. Ooh, a Thorn Slinger. Holy fuck. That's so good.
See, if they made it so ailments were shit during the campaign, you wouldn't get excited here. We don't want to remove that, do we?
Yeah, come on, dude. I'm not even ready to meme about that. It's so good. Boom. So just cooking focus builds on Sentinel's Discord. Looks good. I mean, I wouldn't bother cooking anything right now. What the fuck?
So, in theory, if you're missing your entire mana bar when you cast this, it's 100, 200, 200, 300. It's 150% increased mana regen with the less mana regen from the stat line.
Sure.
If you're all missing mana when you cast it, because I'm pretty sure pretty sure last time you played focus, if you're at negative, if you're like less mana or whatever, it like snapshots your mana for the entire run. So you just dump your mana, then press focus.
Given that we also have the set crafting stuff to worry about, we're assuming that we know how it works, and we're thinking about like, if you can put a set bonus on rare and exalted items, what are the most busted things that you can do? Like the Velatria set comes to mind, giving you like flat damage per intelligence.
Yep.
If that's
you don't
true,
need cast speed.
if that's true, I would put Mana Guide on the list of items that might be insane.
I mean, let's talk about skills you can do damage while you're moving, right? Like, let's look here. Like, let's see here.
Like especially on release,
Yeah.
I'd keep an eye on it.
So, So does it gain the lightning tag when you spec into it? I gotta go in game and test this. Because if it gains the lightning tag when you spec
Wait,
into
what?
it, there's some shenanigans you can do with it. With the runic invocation.
Bloop. Bloop. Want the affix of the set item on some of them more than sub bonus? Yeah, I don't know. I'd like it. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, even if, okay, let's assume that doing damage while it's going doesn't work for some reason, right? It's just rebuke, but better, like in almost every single aspect. And rebuke is pretty okay, right? But imagine if you could move while rebuking and rebuke wasn't shit, right? Like, I feel like as though even if, let's just assume like that doesn't work, right? It's still insanely strong because it just lets you like, because like instead of being downtime where you're just like running around with a chicken with your head cut loose, right? Now you actually have something to do with your downtime because you just take the no cooldown node.
That's
Right?
that's a
You
good
just-
that's a good starting point right there. What Kalvara said there in chat, like just thinking about moving while dealing damage. Like you have Warpath and all the adherents to the Church of Warpath, and like just look at Teleport plus Ally Nova. Yeah, like anything that
Like,
moves
you
and
can
deals damage.
You can do spark charges with this because it's lightning blast.
Oh yeah, see, like there you go. Like
Spark charges are good.
and it's what is 3 per second.
Yeah.
Like the baseline is already pretty high, isn't it? And like we don't know
Yeah.
what else is there. I hope it's a meme. I hope it's like fine, super tanky, and a meme. If it ends up being
Yeah.
better than that, it's gonna be like, I don't know. It's gonna be Ghost Flame, where everyone fucking plays Ghost Flame and you're an idiot now for playing it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not the case.
You can play static with it as well, technically. You can like just turtle up and then like kill things very slowly with static. Because you're always moving, right? You run static charges per second and just like, that's interesting. You can technically run the 30% chance to retaliate with like, the 9% chance to retaliate with Frost Claw when you're hit. You can run the static when you're hit chest as well. Like, you can take hits when you have infinite armor and infinite DR. Like, who cares, right?
All right, what's another unique item? Let's talk.
Oh yeah, let's get back to that, shall we? Well, there's the Ravager's Dart, but we can barely see it, and it's also based on a skill we have no knowledge about, so it's probably not a good topic.
Oh, is that the one that turns Heart Seeker into a throwing
Yeah,
skill?
it's the Heart Seeker throwing skill one, yeah. But like, we don't even know what Heart Seeker does, so.
Hopefully damage. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I would hope. There's also Nest of Nightmares, but we can barely see what it does. All we know is it inflicts spiders on melee hit. That's all we know.
Dude, I love that.
What do you think about these items that have bonuses based on how many Weaver's Will items you put on?
I don't like it in general. Because it's kind of like set items. Where it seems like they're currently trying to solve set items, and it looks like they're trying to like put more set items in the game. Like, that's kind of weird, right? But maybe it's fine.
Let's put this in focus, shall we? I didn't know if this works or not. Oh yeah, like focus does get the lightning tag. So if you actually spec focus into the lightning node, you can channel and create runic invocations while you're inside focus. Yep, you can do that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Bleed, Hammer Throw, VK. Oh, you know what? We probably shouldn't play Bleed, should we? Oh! Because, like, Bleed is just better on, like Paladin stuff. Throwing, Bleed, chance, physical penetration with Bleed. Maybe not just better. Oh my god. We're leaning real close to Disintegrating Aura, aren't we? Chat, you wanna play Disintegrating Aura? Aura, aura, aura. Maybe.
I'm reading some of the comments on the podcast that we posted a few days ago. The fact that they continually nerf COF is mind-numbing. Guess I'll just roll merchants and buy everything. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think about the current stash epidemic going on with COF?
Oh, I think it's fine.
You think it's fine?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, maybe it sucks, but like, I don't know. It's
Stay
fine to me.
safe.
Boop.
I've been talking with Frozen about it. It's been interesting because, like, in theory, like you're
What do you want?
there's so much stash pressure right now when you're
I don't
playing
know.
COF.
I anticipate answering a lot of questions about how I organize my stash.
Yeah.
Seems like a common question that I'll get.
Yeah.
But...
Do you have any room for your 40 crafting potential white items?
Maybe like 90 crafting
Dude,
white
I
items.
can't. That's such a Chad move to like just lurk in the podcast and be and well, actually us when we're like doing stuff with such a wild and out of like batshit insane answer that is actually true, and now it's just like brain poison. You could pick an item off the ground, a white item, it can have 40 potential. Isn't that great, guys?
So going back for a moment about what we were just saying about the stash tab pressure for COF stuff, it's going to be a question of like how many of these things do you have? Are they going to be more common than Rune of Creation? Are they less common than Rune of Creation? can I specifically farm up prophecies to get more of them if I want more of them? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there's already talks about people rolling a COF character just to farm for Runes of Havoc and Redemption on COF for their Merchant's Guild characters. So have fun with that.
Dude, that's exactly
totally
the kind
not get it nerfed.
exactly the kind of bullshit that I don't
We'll
want to
get it
put
nerfed.
that I don't want to put up with by playing like Merchant's Guild. By like, oh, this is optimal. You should end up doing this. If people do that, it's gonna get nerfed, and the people who are hurt the most by the nerf are gonna be COF gamers.
Oh, I know.
That's totally the kind of thing that Merchant's Guild is going to ruin for the rest of us.
Oh, I know. I agree. I
Yeah.
think it's ridiculous. I don't think you should have the ability to do that. But how do you fix it without nerfing it for COF, right?
You just allow
That's
it.
actually a good question. Just allow it?
Just allow it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I
like
mean-
if Merchant's Guild gamers want to like wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do their daily affirmations and then get out there and grind set, you know, like, if they want to do that, you know, fuck them, let them.
Oh my god, that just reminds me of the last Epoch channel that had like the link in the description of like the affirmations, like ASMR.
Wait, is there Last Epoch daily affirmations?
No, but it was a channel making Last Epoch content that had links to that kind of content in the description, but they were more alpha male oriented, if you get my drift.
Wait, chat, are you into that? Do you want daily affirmations that you like listen to before you log into Last Epoch? Like, you will find that red ring of Valeria. You won't accidentally throw it on the ground. Like, is that what you want?
Maybe with the new volatile reversal, you can go back in time and fix it.
Maybe with the new volatile reversal, you can go back in time to the old volatile reversal.
I think it's actually really healthy that we're losing volatile reversal. It's just my problem is unfortunately my like not faith, confidence. If confidence is the word.
Yeah.
Confidence of like reworks right now is at an all-time low because of just like certain things, the way that they got reworked. You know, you and I both agree on this with the specific skill, right? And it's just like and I talked about this with a few friends the other day. Like the only reason this is an issue is because we've only had 2 patches in like a year.
Yeah, this wouldn't be a deal. This would not be a big deal if we.
Like
Add
Falcon
patches
would
every
be
3
fixed
months.
already if we were getting patches on decent cadences, right? Like
I think the stash tab pressure stuff. Like
No,
you're
no,
not gonna find these items. Hopefully,
No.
hopefully you're not gonna find these items. Not the items, but like they ruin often enough that's gonna
yeah.
matter. Because they've
So
said
the
that
problem-
they've said that you're gonna come across more items than you are gonna come across runes that you're gonna be willing to like use them on. Or use with them.
I don't know, man. I know people, they're hoarders, you know. They're So my problem though actually is the fact that you don't have to swap your faction to benefit from COF. You just level 2 characters. You level 1 in merchants and level 1 in COF. And their stash is shared, by the way. There isn't like Rune of Creation only COF ones, right? Like you share your Glyphs of Despair, your Runes of Creation, all that, right? So you can just go and play your COF character that you mindlessly leveled real quick to get more Runes of Redemption to like abuse the market more, because you literally this is going to be such an interesting thing for the market though, because now there's going to be so much pressure for just tier 7 items. Like tier 7 items might literally just become just a blanket price across the board on good bases.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be?
Yeah, because like you can just Rune of Redemption them into anything. Like
Yeah.
the potential for them is insane.
Like even the worst tier 7 item, it's still good. Oh, that Bleeding Knight. I think we're playing Disintegrating Aura, which means I think we want to change this to be void damage, void penetration.
Oh, the rune does take forging potential, but the problem is like I don't know if you've ever looked at an exalted item when it drops on the ground. They have like 40 to 50 potential every time they drop, especially the good items. So it's just like you just always have that option to turn that garbage item into something insane. I'm pretty sure hammer throw damage applies to the.
It does. I just don't care. I'm gonna take these. I guess I'll leave this on physical duration, complete duration. Maybe I'll leave that for right now. Lead on hit. I'm gonna take fire damage stuff, ignite stuff off like this. Okay. I just like thinking about my loot filter right now.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just trying to find more stuff to talk about here while we're here.
I goes straight. I might. I don't know. We'll see.
Everyone needs a little bit of void dot in their life, right?
True. Fucking love void. I love void dot. I love hammer throw. I'm playing the good build, chat. I'm playing builds that spark joy. There is no pressure currently to play good builds. There's no pressure to play things that are optimal. I'm playing things that spark joy in my life. Come on.
You could always
what's
do
better than that?
Another run of multiplayer eventually before the patch comes.
Nah.
Yeah. I mean, the last time we played it, it really did kind of just like ruin my mood. Because seeing so many bugs in a row.
I mean, isn't like the real PvP of Last Epoch is flexing your items on your buddy, right? And the real co-op experience of Last Epoch is just, you know, being in a voice call with somebody. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I actually like PoE too. I know it's like I said, the very controversial take, but I actually enjoyed it when I played it.
Good.
But that's also because I have like the mental maturity to realize that like it's going to grow over the next like 5 years, much like how the regular PoE did. So, you know, I don't know. So, are you gonna become a Balatro streamer now that you've been kicked out of the Bazaar community?
I've been kicked out of it. Dude, Bazaar was so much fun. I'm really happy that I played that game when I did.
Yeah,
it was very enjoyable. Like maybe the monetization, maybe the monetization changes. You know?
Well, Rain, I know Rain Noodle like obviously seems like a very stuck-up guy, but he also seems like the kind of guy that like if almost every single individual is telling him that his idea is wrong, he would actually like consider it too.
So on the other hand, he's also said that first of all, everyone lies. Second of all, everyone's stupid. Third of all, everyone provides inaccurate feedback when talking about monetization. And fourth of all, he says that because so many people are saying that this is the wrong choice and this is bad, he's pretty sure that he's actually made the right choice. Like he is way far gone.
Now I'm talking about in the future when the game has like 5 players playing it.
I don't know, it's so
maybe
strange.
That's too late.
It's so
still,
strange,
you know.
so strange. Why?
It's funny because I feel like I'm responsible for this because I'm the one that told you to play it.
Moon landing? Yeah, dude, the moon landing didn't happen. His words, not mine. The fuck? No, it's fun. Game was great. Loved it. We played Backpack Battles yesterday on stream, just as a meme. Dude, that game, I can't believe that game gets updated still. That's wild. Love to see that. What if the moon landing happens after World War III when Jesus comes to save us all? That's a great question. You'd have to ask right now.
I won't be convinced that the moon landing was real until someone sends me a screenshot of their browser when they're up on the moon that says hot ladies in your area. I won't be convinced until then. Totally. It's not the real human experience until that happens, you know.
I didn't know what I was getting into. The game was fun. I also don't like. We're gonna keep talking about it because fuck it. I don't understand why he keeps calling it a card game.
It isn't. It is essentially an auto battler. One thing.
It's just so
go ahead.
weird to call it not.
One
like-
weird thing I noticed personally was kind of like this weird thing where, like, in the beginning he wanted to make it a card game, and then they made
Yes.
it an auto battler because everyone else was making an auto battler, and it's kind of like the Fortnite issue where, like, you know, like Fortnite came out and everyone wanted to make Fortnite, but by the time they actually developed Fortnite, like, it was not the whole craze anymore. And I feel like the same kind of applies here.
Listen, Bazaar is an excellent game. I hope that I play it again someday. That's all I got.
I mean, Bellatra won Game of the Year. I'm sure it'll be
Oh, right. We were talking about Bellatra, weren't we? Yeah, I want to play Bellatra before Last Epoch launches. Because
Yeah.
everyone in the world fucking loves that game, and I've literally never played it. So, like, you know,
It's
maybe
literally just solitaire, but with, like, as a roguelike, pretty
like
much.
maybe I would like it. Given that everybody else in the world likes it, maybe I would like it too. I don't know. Did I tell you about the Game of Thrones thing that happened on my YouTube recently?
No, I actually don't.
I tell you about that. So I watch YouTube Shorts because I don't know. I do.
You had that weird thing where, like, every single short is the same thing for a while.
Yeah, every fucking short was Game of Thrones. And I started checking the comment section of the shorts as well, and like all the top comments were like, "Okay, YouTube, I guess we're all watching Game of Thrones this week," which is wild because like I've never watched Game of Thrones. I was not part of the zeitgeist when that was going on, right? Like I don't fucking know anything about Game of Thrones at all. And
Too
like
much fun because
but, like-
all the best scenes are scenes you can't put in shorts, though.
So I started like watching the shorts and I started getting invested in it. And I was like, oh, like this Daenerys person's pretty cool. So I talked to my wife about it. And I was like, babe, so I described it to her. I described like what was going on. And I was like, you know, I'm actually kind of invested. I actually kind of want to watch Game of Thrones now. I want to know how it ends. And the look that she gave me, I was like, what? And she's like, you remember what happened, right? I was like, no, I never watched the show. And she's like, you remember how everyone fucking hated it, and they ruined the ending? I was like, oh my god, I do remember that. I remember. I do remember, and like I totally missed that the first time around. Maybe I should watch all of Game of Thrones and also watch the ending just to see, like, you know, I was part of it. I could be part of that.
My
movement.
wife watched it, and she said that if she wants us to watch it, we don't watch the last season, so we just
I don't know,
pretend
man.
it doesn't exist.
I wanna know more about the storyline, dude. Come on, watch House of the Dragon first. So Game of Thrones can't spoil. I don't know what that means. Chad, I'm not watching shit. Let's be perfectly honest. I am not gonna do anything that I'm currently talking about.
I had that same thing happen to me, but I had it with the first thing I had it happen with me was I think it was Rick and Morty. Unfortunately, I didn't like that.
Oh, where like your shorts feed got consumed by one particular thing.
Yeah, and then like the second time was Planet of the Apes, which is kind of funny because I ended up watching the whole series because of it. Now, I didn't watch it through, you know, the proper means, but I watched it still, so. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. You think YouTube's cancer? Go try watching something on Daily Motion. Holy shit.
What the fuck is Daily Motion?
It's like
Isn't
the
that something
YouTube
from
for-
like 2010?
Yeah, people still use it to like upload things of
So I'm not gonna play
legal
Bellatra.
nature. Yeah.
No, I'll play Bellatra at some point. I don't know. I keep track of my emotions when I play different video games. Like, how am I feeling? Am I, do I feel like I'm making good content? I always feel like I'm making good content when I'm playing Last Epoch. It's like, this is a good game. I'm always in a good mood when I'm playing Last Epoch.
I mean, you didn't even explode over like losing the red ring, so yeah, you could have anything
Shut the
happen. to you
fuck
and be fine.
up. It's like YouTube a decade behind. Oh, so you mean good? Fucking
We
YouTube.
have a new comment on the Master Your Respec video.
Go on.
It really depends what the respec costs so far as time commitment. The current skill respec is great in endgame players, but respecing during the campaign is kind of AIDS. True.
True.
If you don't know what you're doing.
True.
Also, mentioning EHG and balancing in the same sentence is wild.
True. Manga.
You think they're actually going to take it seriously now, or?
So, yeah, yes, I think they will. Now that we have like a normal, hopefully, now that we have a normal development cadence, what about costing levels to respec your mastery?
That sounds awful.
Really?
I could regress my character all the way to level 1.
Is that bad?
I mean, I would do it because it'd be funny, but I think that's a terrible idea.
What like one level?
Maybe it just resets your current XP. So if you don't do it while you're level 100, you're like wasting XP. But then people would just wait to do it when they're like, I don't know. I feel like if you put any sort of cost on this, like the problem is like it's going to be trivial no matter what you do until it isn't, right? Like it's going to be trivial until you make it over the line. So it's either trivial or it isn't trivial, right? Does that make any sense?
It costs 2 business days. Maybe it locks your account.
Oh, someone actually talked about that on the Reddit. That like, hey, like if you like take out a skill that gives plus levels, can you like
lock the skill?
Lock the skill.
Yeah.
I like that actually. I like that. That's better. But that would provide plus levels abuse and like in terms of like being able to have, I don't know, 2 different ways you play a skill maybe for single target and clear, and apparently that's no bueno. So
Don't laugh. They're gonna hear you, dude. Don't laugh.
I know that they're gonna come for me.
Is this Dread? Yeah, this is Dread talking in a voice chat with us right now. Yeep. Bow, bow, bow. Crit multi. Physical damage. I guess I'd take this thing. Huh? Leech. Void damage, leech stuff. Next attack, increased damage. Damage to recent kill.
Speaking of source material, do you think Last Epoch's gonna run out of source material?
The fuck does that mean? What? Yeah, I do. Yeah. They're gonna run out of time travel to travel.
It's funny because like the flavor of the time traveling, like the actual monoliths themselves, like the stories are kind of cool.
They're really good.
Yeah, like an alternate timeline where like
Hey-Rod's the bad
spooky
guy?
Yeah, or like the spooky shamans took over.
Yeah.
Instead of like it. What I like about it is it enforces that no matter what you do and change the timeline, there's gonna be a god that goes crazy. There's gonna be someone who learns necromancy and calls up the void or whatever, right? Like it doesn't matter what you do, it's always gonna happen. I like that.
Yeah,
Because it's
I was
like
thinking
how
the
time
same
travel
thing.
Does work.
Yeah, yeah. That is, you know what? Honestly, that is how time travel works.
Yeah. I would know. I time traveled back in I time traveled in the future back to where the Bazaar and Dooley was good again.
Poor Dooley. I played most of Chrono Trigger in order to find out that Grail is actually the Immortal Emperor.
Oh, actually, there's a new theory for that.
Go on.
It's not Grail. It's the old dude, the Keeper.
Yeah.
There's some lore tidbits.
The Balthus, you mean?
Yeah, there's some lore tidbits. Now, obviously, it might be him, right? But I'm just not confirmed. But at the same time, like,
I mean, I hear you. I get it. I get it.
So the biggest thing for me specifically is literally what he says. He's like, I have the epoch now. Now with it, I can, and then he stops. And like, if you think about it, right? Let's say that, like, okay, so Keeper Balthus, he had to like call upon other people to like help him deal with like Raya stuff. He's like,
yeah.
Maybe he's like with the epoch. Maybe he, since he's like the Keeper, he knows about the time loop that exists in terms of like, there's always going to be the void, always going to be the necro people, right? Like that's always going to happen. He's like, maybe with the epic, I can change it, right?
With the epoch?
Maybe that's what he was going to say.
Fuck,
yeah, the
dude.
epoch. Yeah, maybe that's what he was going to say.
Yeah, so
and
like
then
that.
he ends up being the emperor.
Or maybe he becomes Oribus. Yeah, I don't know. So that would leave a couple plot holes. Like, why, if Balthus is the Immortal Emperor, then why are Yulia and
Oh, there's actually a reasoning for that. It's because Balthus, if you actually read, so Balthus actually went forward in time versus you. So
Yeah.
you are in the ruined era after Balthus
Yes.
leaves the ruined era.
yes.
And you like learn tidbits about it. And
Yeah.
it seems like as though he keeps trying to like get to you or whatever. He keeps trying to like catch up with you, right? But he keeps missing you like a phone call, right?
Okay.
And he keeps being put in different timelines, and for like that specific era, he just gets put back so far that he becomes the immortal emperor to and like he gets put in after you leave to go to like when you go to the divine era and then you go back to the end of time after you fight the snake lady.
I hear
That's
you.
like when Balthus comes back and then like accidentally, right? And then becomes the immortal emperor and then begins all that.
There's several people who've teased as the Immortal Emperor, but if it's not Grail, it's wrong. I agree with you. There's like overwhelming evidence that it's Grail. If it's not Grail, it's gonna be real fucking strange. They'd have to do so much work to make it not be Grail, and I don't know if that's something they care to put in the work toward. You know what I mean?
I still like Keeper Balthus because if you like look into the lore a little bit more as well, like it just seems like as though the Keepers are just kind of fed up with like Rye's shit and like them killing Rye, like Keeper Balthus like getting pissed off at Rye or whatever for all the bullshit and all that kind of like is in tow of him like pretty much killing him and becoming like the immortal emperor, right?
But
like,
you're the one who kills Raya.
are you?
Dun dun dun.
Like,
wait,
are you?
are you saying that I'm the Immortal Emperor?
Like, no, that's just a genuinely good question. Does Rye tell you that you're the one that killed him in there? I don't think he is.
Does Raya tell you that I'm the one who killed him?
Yeah. Like,
Chet,
in the
how have you
Ruined
never
Era?
done a lore playthrough?
I mean,
You played the game for 600
I
hours?
haven't
You're not
done it.
remotely curious about a lore? Come on, gamers. What are you doing, gamers?
Yeah.
Aren't you like a tiny bit lore curious?
I mean, I know all the lore, and I just played the game. I just was paying attention every so often. That's all.
It's Ulrich, all right? It's not Ulrich.
Ulrich literally dies to the immortal emperor. Like that would be such a time fuck in general. Like I don't know. Like that'd be so like.
All right, chat. Give me a vibe check real quick. For those of you who are currently all tabbed and you are watching the stream, you're participating. Do you want to talk about random nonsense or do you want to talk about lore? Because baby, if you want to talk about lore, this is about to be a lore stream. Vibe check.
Also, well, like when the immortal emperor he like sees you again, he's like, I know you, and he remembers you and all that, right? But like, it would make sense that he would forget who you were, considering it was probably thousands of years since the last time he fucking saw you. Remember, he like returned you to sender and then didn't see you for like probably thousands of years. Like it would have been a while. Like, I don't know. I'm 30 and I forget stuff now. Oh, I'm not 30, but
Aren't you like 22?
I'm like 27.
Oh, you've aged? Wow. I feel like I met
Yeah,
you when you
it's-
were like 16.
You met me when I was like 20 because I watched you play PoE, Perry.
Oh my god, we've known each other for so long.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, Baylor forgot who I was for like 5 years.
Who the fuck are you, dude?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna talk about lore. This is now a lore stream. Where do we start? What's your rationale for wandering around? Because like they deleted the very beginning cutscenes and whatnot, right?
Yeah. What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, the traveler thing. Well, unfortunately, because of the way that they set it up, it just seems like as though there's like this stupid chosen one plot and all that. Like you're important or whatever. I don't like that, but I like the idea you're just some random person thrown into this, but you know, whatever. It does explain why you're so strong and all that. I'm going to assume you're like, I think what it is like, you know how like Oribus is Oribus? You're like Atera's Oribus. You're like a shade of Oribus. Sorry.
I'm
You're
a
like
shade of
Atera's
Oribus?
You're a shade of Atera, actually.
I'm the shade. Dude, if that sounds fucking sick. Okay.
Well, because, all right, so when the keepers call you and stuff, they're like, hey, we know who you are. Can you come help us? But you're just some like random dude with hammer throw on your bar, you know, when you begin.
Yeah, but they're like, whoa, hammer throw, that's busted.
Yeah, but they have to know that like you're of more importance. Probably because they're like prophecy, schmocracy or whatever, right? So maybe they just know what you are going to be in the future, and it could just be anyone, and that's just like a semblance of fate or whatever, right? Maybe that's what it is. Also, you're gonna.
No! I was looking on my bar for healing hands, and I haven't spec healing hands. No.
No, I think like the Shades of Oribus kind of taunts you in a way that's like that you are like equals in some way, and it would make sense that you're a shade of Atera in that regard. That's why you can use the epics and stuff like that.
Not everybody could use the epochs.
I mean, that is true. It's kind of like, yeah, actually, it's like when the Death Note, you know, when like other people get the Death Note. It's like I thought I was the only one that could use it.
Sure.
And then Riku is like, no, actually.
Oh, I should have used Rebuke. That would have been a smart thing to do. All right, so what's hold on, lore? Loretta Lynn? Who the fuck is Loretta Lynn?
Isn't Windows 10 and 11 great?
But I literally have a file on my computer called lore.
He's gonna leak something, chat.
What a
Loretta Lynn is in the next patch for Last Epoch?
yo. So what's the lore? The lore is you are caught in the middle of a conflict where a god is trying to take power from the other gods.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We're gonna go stand over here real
And
quick.
she had numerous hits such as Hey Loretta, The Pill, Blue Kentucky Girl, Love is the Foundation, You're Looking at Country, You Ain't Woman Enough, I'm a honky tonk girl. Don't come here home a drinking. One's on the way. I mean, one is on the way, actually, right?
One is on the way. That's true.
This city.
Hold on.
Coal miner's
I don't want to talk about being a honky tonk boy. All right, so hold on. So there's Itera, and there is the Watcher, and we don't know who the Watcher is. The Watcher is the person who talks at the beginning of the story. We hear the Watcher talk a lot. He does a lot of narration. And then we also have like Oribus. I don't think we hear him talk very often. Oribus has like shades of Oribus as well, right? So he's like the
50
void.
shades of Oribus, right?
He's the void being let into the world. This is the void being let into the world. So primarily you have on the left and the right of your screen, you would be Terra on the left side of your screen, and then you have the Watcher on the right side of your screen. So that's like these two things. Itera has 3 kids. Itera's kids are Elk Daddy, Bird Brain,
Wingstop,
and
oh wait, no, that's an ad.
And what? Elk Daddy,
Well,
Bird Brain, and
apparently Wingstop. That's right now because
What's
I just got an
Wingstop?
ad for it. It's like a wings place. Also, Jimmy Dean. I think that's here for sure.
are you not subbed to me? Homie, just sub to me.
Perry,
Homie.
Perry, I cut my finger. I've been dealing with the American medical system.
Oh, I'm
okay?
sorry. Are
What
you bankrupt now?
No, I'm not bankrupt. It's just more like
Snake Lady and Fish. Yeah, yeah. So we have 4. There you go. Who's Crab Daddy?
Lagan.
Lagan. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There's Lagan, and then what are the names? Who's Snake Lady?
Majasa.
Majasa. There you go.
I
Majalka?
think
No,
Perry's
Majalka's
getting too old.
I just haven't played this game in fucking 19 years. Hold on.
Whose fault is that?
All right, so Itera has kids. Itera, at some point in the past, has left the world. She's fucked off. We don't know why she's fucked off, but she's not here
Well,
anymore.
she went to go get milk, right?
Yeah. So she's fucked off. In the absence of mom, these 4 gods are like, they're kind of uneasy with each other. And one of them decides, hey, I'm going to be in charge. So Rye over here is like, I'm going to take the power of the other gods. I'm gonna kill everybody. So he wants
And the epic.
Yeah, so he wants to start a beef with Majasa and Lagan and Heyrod. Yeah, Heg and Birdbrain. So Rye has his own champions. Yeah. Rye has his own champions. Orion, like Orion's Eye. And like you fight his champion at the very beginning as well. I think he's got like 2 different champions as well. So Rye's got his champions, you fight his champion, you fight Rye. If you want, yeah, take a look at this. Like in the ancient era, you can see this giant floating city here, which is Itera's place, which is chained to the earth. And then in the divine era, you see that.
Isn't that like a plot point, like Alita Battle Angel? Like a.
I don't know. I think it's also a plot point in Chrono Trigger. Chad, if you want to know the lore of this game, go play Chrono Trigger. So here's the temple, and like it's like and then it's like here's the temple of Itera. You can see the waypoint right here. Yeah. So there's if you click through these, you learn a lot as well. So we have this. So we wander up and we're like, hey, we're just like some random traveler. We're trying to help people. So we are in the middle of Rye trying to attack various people, trying to take all the epochs. He says, like, the epoch will be mine, right? Or I guess Orion says this because he wants to win their epoch for Rye. And you can read the letters on the ground at the beginning of the game. So you come to the Keepers, and the Keepers are part of Itera. Yeah. So the Keepers over here, they say, we're going to keep, like, Itera's religion or whatever. We're going to keep the epochs safe so that Rye doesn't get them. And they're supposed to be scattered all over. But then you find out very early in the game that Balthus, he just has all of them on him. He's just carrying them around. So Keeper Lena leads you to Balthus, leads you to help Balthus, and Balthus says, like, okay, I have all these, and Lena's like, what are you doing? And then he fast forwards in time, right? So the very first time jump
and specifically, he is not in the same time period you are in. Like, he gets thrown around a lot more than you do.
Yeah, remember, so you're in Divine Era at the very beginning. So you're at the old road, you go Burning Forest, Keeper's Town, so where you help Keeper Balthus. And then you get fast forwarded to the Ruined Era. And then in the Ruined Era, you discover, like, you wander into, like, the Lost Refuge and the Council Chambers. In the Council Chambers, you see notes on the ground that Dredd was talking about previously of Keeper Balthus. So you realize that in terms of, like, timeline stuff, that you were both here at the very beginning. You and Balthus were both hanging out with each other. And when he fast forwarded in time, he fast forwarded to here. And you fast forwarded to here. So
it's like Back to the Future, when like, yeah.
So you kind of overshot him, or maybe he undershot you. It's not clear about that. So there are, the void has already been let into the world. We don't know why, but we have all these guys who have been let in the world, right?
Wait, we know how. We know how.
We don't know why. Man. Yeah, we don't know why these have been let in the world yet. Like you in the game don't know why this happened yet. So you travel to the Temple of Itera because you're looking for the epoch. because you have one
The
of the
last
epochs.
piece,
Because
yeah.
you have one of the epochs, and Keeper Balthus had one of them. So you have one, you pick one up, and then you find one here. So I think you have all three at that point,
Well,
right?
you find it there because you find it there specifically, mind you, because the Emperor had one.
Yeah. So you fight the Immortal Emperor. So this is your very first introduction to the. No, this is the husk of the Immortal Emperor.
Yeah, it's his body. Yeah.
So you defeat this, and then you go to the end of time, where you meet Keeper. Fuck. Gaspar, right? Is it Gaspar? I think it's Gaspar.
Mhm.
Because you meet the same Keeper here as you meet in Chrono Trigger, because it's the same lore. So he sends you back to the Imperial era, which is where my character currently is. And he sends you to the Outcast camp. No, he sends you back to the Ruined
He
era.
said,
yeah.
said the reason why he sent you here specifically in that point of time was there's something that happens around there that lets the void be let in the world.
Yeah.
That's what, and he was sending you there to stop it. And you assume that it's the Immortal Emperor.
Yeah, Elder
obviously. But later you realize it's the Snake Lady. So like you did this romp across like the Imperial era for legitimately no reason, mind you.
Okay, so you're in the Imperial era, which is after your initial era, and you've already experienced the Divine or the Ruined era, so you're going back in time now, and you are going to discover the events that lead up to the Immortal Emperor. That is your current goal, where I am in the storyline. You touch base with Ulrich, because I just talked to like the Seer Lady, and the Seer Lady is like, oh, you need to meet Ulrich. Ulrich knows more about this kind of stuff. So like my character is about to meet Ulrich, and then with Ulrich you also meet the God, what is his name?
Harton.
Yeah, Admiral Harton here. And then he ships you down to the Shining Cove, and then later on you meet Zarek shortly thereafter. After this is another good plot point, because when you get to the Oracle's abode, you talk to the Oracle, and the very first thing the Oracle says is, I didn't expect you to be here, because later on you fight her and she runs away from you, but you haven't experienced that yet, but she has already experienced that. That's a very good plot point, talking to the Oracle.
Wait,
when you first
fight her? Where? What?
You don't fight her, but she's the one in chapter 9 who turns her mom on you.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes.
You sure? You sure? I didn't know.
I'm sure. I'm sure. So in chapter 9, right before the boss fight there, she says, I'm not going to be your slave, and you will not sacrifice my blood. And then her mom says, ooh, what are you doing? And then she turns void, right? Yeah. So then you chase her because she has one of the or she takes all of the epochs from you.
Yeah.
And then that version of her is the version that you meet in the Oracle's abode. Because she says, why are you here? Oh, I guess you do not know me yet. And then she's like, she's buddy with you at that point.
Well, yeah, because she doesn't want to get in trouble.
Right. So yeah, this is a big plot point in the Oracle's abode here. So, God, what happens after Oracle's abode? Majaka. Oh, so the Majaka way station.
Derek.
So it goes to Desert Way Station. This is where you meet
Yulia.
This is where you meet Yulia. And Yulia is another huge plot point, because when you meet her, this is important. When you meet her, she's speaking. This is like Yulia here. She thinks that you know what's going on,
and you have the lance and everything,
but you don't. So she thinks that you know what's
or a
going
different
on.
version of you.
She thinks that you're the later version of you. And then she thinks that you have the lance, which is why she baits you or brings you into the Immortal Summit and the Immortal Citadel to fight the Immortal Emperor. And then during that fight, or like, right after the fight, she's like, quick, exile, use the lance. And you're like, what are you talking about? And then like in the cutscene, like her face is like horrified. She's like, oh my God, you don't have the lance yet? Oh, fuck, you're the wrong version of you. We need to send you back in time.
The future.
So then she ships you back to the Divine era, and she
Well,
ships
no, you ship yourself.
Ship-
She
yeah,
gives you time to ship yourself.
So you ship yourself over to the gates of Solarum in the Divine Era, which is actually the same timeline, but at a later time than you initially
Which is
start
one
the
of
game.
the worst zones in the game, by the way, because it lags me the fuck out every time I go there.
So here is where you encounter this portion of the storyline again, where Raye is trying to kill Heorot in the best cutscene in the whole game. And he succeeds. He like kills Heorot. The backstory of Heorot is that he likes humans. However, Heorot's son does not like humans. So Heorot is like, we should be buddy with the humans. We like the humans. My mom is Etera. We should defend. We should defend what the humans are doing. His son has previously led an uprising against Heorot and failed, which is why he has the Lance of Morditis impaled in him. So let's flip back to the screen. When you rescue Heorot and he's on the ground, he's bleeding out. He's like, I will give you the lance if you will stop Raye. So you travel up yonder to the Temple of Heorot. You pull the lance out of Heorot's son, and the lance is the thing that was keeping him imprisoned. So there's one looming question that we don't know about, and that looming question is, when you take the lance out of the son who hates humanity, and the only thing stopping him from hating humanity is his dad who's now dead, what's going to happen with Heorot's son in the future? We don't know about that. Possibly he becomes the Immortal Emperor, but I doubt it.
We get teased and he's the Immortal Emperor, but at the same time, we don't know if he actually
I don't think he is. He's one of the candidates. Yeah. He's one of the candidates for the Immortal Emperor, but there's no way that Heorot's son is actually the Immortal Emperor. There is a way, but I don't think it's true. So there's that. The lance takes you on the next part of your journey, because the lance, in order to kill Raye, needs the blood of all your buddies over here, all these people. So Heorot tells you about this. You travel over to Lagan, and Lagan just says, I will only give you my blood if you can play with my tentacles. So then you play with his tentacles, and then he's like, okay, you did it just the way I wanted you to. Here's some of my blood. So then you go over to Majasa in order to get some of her blood, and Majasa is busy drinking the blood of all of the
be immortal and young.
Yeah, so Majasa is busy drinking the blood of all the virgin sacrifices, right? And then one of those virgin sacrifices is the oracle that we talked about previously, where she says, I will not be one of your sacrifices. I am going to rise up. And their mom says, what are you doing? And then she turns, whatnot. During that character is very important because she's the one who lets Oribus into the world. She's the one who introduces Void because she has she has magic somehow. I don't know where she gets her void magic from, but she makes a prayer, Apophis. There you go. And she makes a prayer, and that's when the void initially comes into the world as we know it. So that's a really, really important lower cutscene there. After that, she turns her mom on you. You kill her mom. You chase her, and then she says, "You fool! I cannot die!" And then she runs away from you. That's where the lore currently cuts out. So some looming questions are, so we got her blood, or we got Lagan's blood, we got Magelix's blood, we got Heorot's blood. So we have the lance, we're ready to go. We're ready to fight Raye, and one of the later chapters, because we have chapters 10, 11, and 12 left to go. In one of the chapters, we're going to fight Raye. In one of the chapters, we're going to learn who the Immortal Emperor is. Immortal Emperor. And then in one of the chapters, we're going to defeat the Immortal Emperor. This is something that's going to go on. Hopefully, during one of these things, we're also going to travel back in time to the Ancient Era, because everybody in the world loved the Ancient Era. It's amazing. Love the Ancient Era.
And hopefully, they'll also make it so that all the levels and everything makes sense with the current monolith system and all that, maybe, at the same time. Because it'll be weird to have the campaign last all the way to level 70 and then get put back into level 58 monos.
True. It would be interesting. Oh, and I guess we talked about Itera having the Keepers. We talked about Raye having Orion. Heorot has Grail. So Grail is Heorot's champion. Lagan has Dr. Octopus as his champion. And then Majasa. I don't know if Majasa has champions, but she just has a bunch of virgins that she drinks. So that's basically what's going on there, right? And according to Dread thinks that we are Itera's champion, which would be cool. Completely unconfirmed. Never heard about that
we
until
have
today.
we have no other link, or because remember in the beginning the keepers hold you in high regard or whatever. That are like, we need you for the peace talks. Or
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, Kavar, what are the names? I forget. This is like OG leaked information. Super OG leaked information that I could look up. We're just gonna have somebody else look it up instead. Yeah, there we go. OP. But the model has been this whole hodgepodge of alternate timelines. We are the canon timeline, I guess, but yeah, the lore of the Monolith of Fate is very interesting. I really enjoy that too. It's
like,
all
we've
alternate
talked
timeline
about
stuff.
this essentially, like from what we've seen so far with the Monolith of Fate and all that. It seems as though no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, the same things are going to happen, just in different ways. Like, there's going to be people who learn about necromancy in the world. There's going to be people who bring back the void in the world. There's going to be people who there's going to be the gods who get angry at each other, yada, 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 right? Like it's always going to happen no matter what we do. So that's an interesting tidbit. That's what the monoliths show us, right? Because oh boy, we stopped this from doing this. Oh, now all the dragons are the evil people, and the dragons killed all the gods, and the dragons became the emperor of corpses. Like it just seems like as though no matter what you do, the timeline's gonna reverberate and fix itself.
So Gavrin just showed up in chat, and Gavrin has made himself into the lore person, which is perfect that we have him here as well. So some of the looming questions that are yet to be answered are: who is the immortal emperor? Who's the immortal emperor? Where did Itera go?
Who's gonna buy milk?
Who's the immortal emperor? Where did Itera go? What happened with Heorot's son? I think, to me, that's a big question. And I guess what's your place in the universe? I guess that's a good one. That's a good question. So regarding the Grail thing, to me, one of the highlights is always going to be a one of the things that really highlights why I think Grail is the immortal emperor is that there's this amazing scene where right after Divine Era, in the Divine Era, right after you go to the Temple of Heorot, you go to the far where you go up here to the Tomb of Morditis, and you take the lance out of Morditis. There's this scene where Grail says, "Tell me more about this immortal emperor. I should think I would like to know more about it. You should tell me about it. Haha." And what happens in my headcanon, which is correct, is you literally tell Grail all about how the immortal emperor comes to power and what he does and how he saves humanity, quote unquote, by making everyone immortal, right? And Grail is the champion of Heorot, and Grail is looking for revenge against Raye, who killed Heorot, and he's also in favor of humanity and the gods working together, and he's also kind of dumb. I think all of those points are very important here, right? He hears you describe how he comes to power, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that is a good idea. I should do that." It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Also, like, I'll be honest, if you're time traveling and you're telling people the future, I think that's just a generically bad idea.
You're telling people in the past how the people in the future came to power? Monka?
That's like going back in time
It
and telling
appears
people
death
how
has
phones
stolen from
work.
me again. Yeah, literally waging war on death. Yeah. Like it's you think Morditis is the immortal emperor? I don't know. So Heorot's son is Morditis right here. Why? So Heorot's son previously led an uprising against Heorot, saying, hey, we should be in charge of the humans. We shouldn't be the ones helping the humans. And then Heorot said, no, fuck you, and then speared him. And then once you pluck the spear out of Morditis, we don't know what's happening with Morditis. I don't know why he would enslave humanity. Oh, like, I guess like using enslave humanity. It's the only thing that could stop him. And so what are we trying to empower once again? The spear? Yeah, but the spear also can stop a god. And like we're trying to currently stop a god with the Raye, right? So another one of the points that really makes me believe that Grail is the immortal emperor is like Grail has very close ties to Yulia and to
And there's a reason why
who's the crab
Yulia
guy?
would still work. Like,
Yeah.
Yulia,
Oh my God. There's so many. Wait. So who are the other two people? There's Yulia. There's
Harton.
Harton is
and
the one that I
Zarek.
always forget. Yeah. So Harton here, and Zarek. So these three, along with Grail, they're all fucking buddy. And then when you meet the immortal emperor in the future, who are his three right hand people? It's Zarek, Harton, and Yulia. And then there's even a point right after the Tomb of Morditis, you walk back into town, you talk to Yulia here, and you ask her, like, hey, Yulia, would you follow Grail anywhere? And she's like, yes, I would even follow. And you say, would you even follow him if he were evil? And she goes, I don't know, maybe I would, ooh. And then you say, would you follow him even if you were dead? And then she says, I don't know, maybe. Like, there's so much foreshadowing.
Yeah,
that
and
it's
like, because like,
Grail.
if you look at Yulia and all that, like, if you look at some of the uniques and all that, she commits some goddamn atrocities in the name of the immortal emperor.
Like, there's
She's
no
gotta have
way.
a fucking good reason for doing that.
There's no way that it's not. It has to be. If it's not Grail, it's either going to be like the best literature you've ever read or just dog shit.
I still think it's Keeper Balthus.
There's no way. There's like 1/10 as much foreshadowing for Balthus. If it's not Grail, it's either going to be an amazing bait and switch or just terrible. How could it be anything else?
Maybe we never get to know because people keep asking for endgame, right?
Maybe we never get to know because the game
I
just
hate
fails
that
before
argument
then.
so much. I hate
What?
that argument so much. The fucking like, oh my god, we're never gonna get the last chapters because like they keep having to put an end game. You mean the end game that should have been in the game in the first place before they released it? What?
No, the lore of Last Epoch, even though most of the lore of Last Epoch is ripped straight from Chrono Trigger, it's still really good. It's still
what?
really good.
You know what, ReactBot? What do you think about the Immortal Emperor? Who's the Immortal Emperor?
React Thought, what the fuck is that?
He said, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Okay, thank you, ReactBot. If you don't know, I downloaded ReactBot because I wanted more reactions on my stream.
What?
Do you know who Jax Films is?
Nah.
Oh, okay. That's okay. It's just a robot that has a bunch of random reactions that I can press a button to make him do that.
Dude, I'm getting fucking trolled right now by this lizard. Holy dude. Ooh. Potions. I got potions.
But if you hate humans, why would you give them immortality? Because you're essentially giving humans immortality.
Yeah, but he's ruling them, you know, or something.
Yeah.
I love the idea of Grail being like a himbo and like he's kind of dumb. He's like, yeah, I want to be a dictator. I could do that.
I'm sure it'll work out fine. I just love the monolith showing that like even if you try to fix the timeline, it still gets fucked up anyways. It doesn't matter what you do, it's all for naught. It's kind of like what Harton tells you during that one monolith, the void one. You know, he's like,
Oh, when he
it's like,
says,
it was
"Break
all for
yourself upon
nothing." No, it's like he was like, it was all for nothing. And it's like that's just kind of like a, you know,
So
time
good.
me out. Why are you timing me out?
Rude. Time him out. Get him, Dread.
All right,
Get him.
I will mute myself for 5 seconds.
$20K well spent. You like to go against the grain. Girl's a bit too obvious for you. He's so. He's not smart enough to formulate the necromantic power required for immortality. Yeah, but he's got Yulia with him. I don't know. I love that he's kind of dumb. Well, I want to be a dictator. Tell me all about it. It's cause yeah, you tell him everything. It's so funny. I really hope that is the case. Chance to find potions? Homie, say less. But now we've got the Weaver faction trying to put me in a tomb. I'm gonna die to this guy. What the fuck? Wait, maybe I need chance to find potions after all. Ouch.
I mean,
Holy.
let's be real. The real lore is the hidden bro romance between, you know, frickin'
Me and
what's his
Ulrich?
name? No, the two lich dudes, Formosus and, you know, Formosus and Cremoris. You know, the fire lich and the frost lich dude. Yeah, like if you read the lore, they're like brothers or whatever, and they
Oh,
grew up
really?
together. Yeah. It's really funny.
I had no idea. I need to know more about that. What in love, baby, don't hurt me. Bow, bow, bow. What about the underexplored lore of the loot lizards? What about the underexplored lore of Perrin the swineherd? That's what I want to know more about. Why has this dude got pigs? I need deets.
Stand down or die.
What's this thing? Throwing type speed, health regeneration, necrotic res. Beautiful. Give some health. Throwing attack speed. I get strength. Can you get strength? You can get strength on this shit, can't you? You can. No! Oh my god, it's terrible. Oh well.
You know what the real lore should be that we should know about? Why can't I put intelligence on my rogue body armor?
Why can't I? Because if you could, it would it would make rogue too strong. You'd have too much ward on your rogues.
Funny.
You
'cause it
think
works.
Perrin the swineherd is secretly the immortal emperor? If only, dude. I guess I go like this. I'm taking too
I
much
mean,
damage.
it is a minion amulet, to be fair, and necromancers.
Oh, I've got
right?
8 landing
Minions.
res, dude.
Oh yeah, those guys are like busted in the monolith, by the way.
I should use this thing. Yeah, it's fine. I guess I should put lightning res on something. Alley res? Oh my god, it's beautiful. Elemental resistance. Serves me right, dude. I like necrotic as well. Is necrotic important? Yikes. Alright, it's fine. Now I gotta get like another unique item in the game that like also references Perrin the Swineherd.
It's gonna be another minion unique.
Well,
item
I gotta talk to all the people who are currently putting unique items into the game, and see like how many of them would be on board with like continuing to reference Perrin the Swineherd. I just like just put it in all the flavor text. Just keep talking about pigs and swine herders. Come on.
I'll tell you when I get $1,000, Perry. It's okay.
Deal.
Because you know, like that's totally you know.
But like you can make the item whatever you want. Just like I just need the lore text. Give me a reference. Give me a shout out.
I'll just make it a minion item just to spite you.
Yeah, fuck it. What happens?
I'll make it so you turn your wolves into pigs.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
They're all like pigs that use upheaval and use your upheaval skill tree.
That
actually be kind
I
of
mean,
sick.
it sounds kind of good, doesn't it? What the fuck?
Yeah, that actually kind of sounds sick.
It sounds completely appropriate.
Unfortunately, this is EHE. They'll probably like put a cooldown on it or something.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately.
Just give me like summon raging pigs. That's all I need. Break yourself aboard my body.
I mean, the problem is with that, Mug Boy, is if we add that, we'd have to make a reference to Man Bear Pig. Instead of doing what Perry wants, right?
What's this thing? Endurance threshold. Yeah, well. Turn the bear into a pig and give him a roll attack? Absolutely, dude.
It is a wonder I didn't drown in my armor.
Alright, so we're about to die to poison damage, huh? Wow! What is this?
This is why every single character I play now has to have some form of leech or sustain when I play through the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
This is like why I play Ignite Hammer Throw for the leech. It's like
Oh, the elemental damage leaches health on the gloves?
Yep. Just for this zone. Although you can do healing hands too, that works. That's why like warlock leveling is so crazy, because you just grab the spell damage leeches life and you put on like chthonic fissure.
Stand down or die.
Dude, my shit's gonna be so expensive. I need 1, 2. I should really not be doing this, should I? Puncture's like the best leveling in the game. It's so fucking easy to play.
I think it's one of my preferred ways of leveling right now. Like, I'll be honest, like, I kind of tempted just to league start rogue just because of that. But I think I have to play a Sentinel, unfortunately.
Snowdrifts, crit chance, shred armor on hits. Banish this. This is Fizz res on it. Where's hammer throw levels? Oh, it's relic in it. Throwing. How about like vitality? How about health? How about discovery? It's beautiful. Look at that. Huh? Pretty good.
You deserve to play new shit. I league started Sentinel with 1.0 though.
Envy.
I've done my Sentinel
order.
crimes.
Person roll of action. So here. Beautiful. That was not worth it. Bow, 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 bow.
So are we gonna get someone who played the Bazaar that's like, I want to make my own game, and they go and make their own game 5 years from now?
Probably, right?
Or it's gonna keep the cycle going?
That's like how games get made, right? You play a game, you're like, man, I want to make that but better, like that but different. Games just self-perpetuating. Has the drama gotten worse? No, not really. I haven't seen anything about it getting worse, so I kind of doubt it. Use pensions to do stuff.
Crip made a video today. He was like, I think this sucks, but I like the game a lot still.
That's fine.
Which is understandable. Would have thought, you know.
Yeah.
People play worse monetized games.
Like if you're okay with that, like play it, dude. Like it's a good game. Like people play gacha games. People love gacha games. I don't think I've ever played a gacha game. I mean, I played Marvel Snap, but like that's not a gacha game.
I played one like maybe 10 years ago when I was a kid.
Did you win the lottery? Did you get the best waifu?
No.
I'm sorry, dude. I know how hard that can be. Every action RPG only exists because of DG boners. True. Based.
It's so funny because like I just don't want like like I don't know, like I'm not like I don't really care for D2, you know? It's like whatever to me.
There was a kid 10 years ago. Dread's like 20 years old. We just talked about this. The Bazaar doesn't have women with short skirts and huge boobs. One of the vendors holds up her foot for you, which I didn't realize until Twitch chat pointed it out to me. Does that count? Yeah, there we go. See, that's the drama we were all looking for, wasn't it?
Stand down or die.
So chat, you know we're expecting a kid soon. My wife has decided to put off watching good anime until the baby gets here, so that she can just like no life, you know, watch anime while she's on maternity leave. So in the meantime, we're just watching garbage shows together, just trash
Garbage
bin,
shows?
just trash bin stuff. But like, I'm like, hey, don't you want to watch like episode 1 of Freerin? I'm like, I think you're really gonna like it. It's so good. And
The
she's
new
like,
season's coming out next
it is.
next
Oh my
year,
god,
yeah.
I'm proper excited for that. I'm like, hey, do you want to watch it? And she's like, nope. I want to save that for when the baby's here. Let's go watch garbage instead.
Actually, wait a moment. Doesn't Ulrich look like Reynad now? He does. Like, look, seriously. Like, I went and looked at like the monetization and all that. By the way, I just want to let you guys know. I don't like. So okay, not to be put on a cross or anything for my opinion here.
Put him on a cross.
I don't think it's that bad. I think that, like, obviously there is a reason to be mad about like the
bait and
saying
switch.
the bait and switch, but the monetization itself is not bad. Like, that's just like
It's only it's only $240 a year. Like, it's really not
is
that
it?
bad.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the actual prices. Okay, I didn't.
So
know
it's
that much.
it's $10 a month for one part of
Okay.
it, and then if
Yeah.
you're also you can buy the battle pass, and you can also do the subscription to the battle pass. And the subscription to the battle pass gives you cosmetics, bonus chests, and bonus XP on the battle pass. So think of it like a premium mode or something, but you also get cosmetics too, right? So that's also $10 a month. So if you're doing both, it's $240 a year, and if you're only
Oh.
doing one of it, it's still $120 a year.
I mean, it's like an interesting question because like the thing, my problem with this kind of conversation usually is like, how much worth is your time? Like, if you're spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of playing like the Bazaar, for instance,
I hear
right?
you. I hear you.
Like, how much money should you pay? That's a good question,
So,
right?
so one thing that Kelvara typed in chat is like, it's not necessarily bad monetization, but it also doesn't fit the genre. Like, it's a fucking auto battler. Like, it
Yeah.
very clearly. So here's what I posted. Someone wanted a summary. I said, so there's two 10-month options. The battle pass gives new cards, but not always immediately. This is important as well. One of the heroes' new cards is immediate upon spending $10, but the other hero, Pig, if you spend money on the Pig battle pass, you don't get the cards immediately. You need to get 25 levels in the battle pass before, like, you spend $10 on Marvel Snap, but you don't get the season pass card until you get 25 levels in the card itself, or sorry, in the battle pass. So which is strange, right? Like, you'd imagine if you're gonna spend money for cards, you're gonna spend money at the cards, but like that's already 50% not the case.
Yeah.
The other one is like this text down here. I think there's a lot of overlap in games like Marvel Snap and games like I guess like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, Hearthstone, and like the Bazaar, especially for people who are perpetually online and on Discord and on Reddit and on social media playing these games. Like, it's a lot of overlap. And like Snap does not have good monetization. Over and over, we've seen like Snap release cards as the battle pass, or as the monthly season pass card, and then just like, it's OP, it's really strong, and then it gets nerfed afterward, which feels bad because like you want to buy the card when it comes out, and then later on it gets nerfed when the free-to-play players get access to it as well. And like, we've just had that going on in a like adjacent game recently. And then I said it down here as the fourth point. Aside from this, like, the devs, Reynad keeps saying like, this is never pay to win, never pay to win, and then it's pay to win. It is. That's what pay to win means. It's a shade of pay to win. It's not the most egregious shade of pay to win, but like, it is pay to win, and they said it was never gonna be pay to win. And then the last most salient point is just like Reynad's an enormous fucking asshole. So I guess that's tricky.
No, it's just really interesting
it's a
having
tricky
this
point.
conversation because, like, for instance, like I have this kind of same conversation about like Path of Exile and Last Epoch because it's just like people are like, oh my god, I didn't get my money's worth. It's like I paid I think I bought a few like supporter packs like maybe 5 years ago, and I'm still playing on the same amount of stuff I got from those supporter packs. Like, do you think that's like what is the amount of money you should be paying for these kind of things? That's just in general, just a genuinely good question, because like that's the question that the game developers need to figure out, because obviously, right, like, for the history of the game, right, they need to eventually figure it out, find that balance, because right now there's obviously not a balance.
Bazaar. Boom. Usually new characters are how auto battlers monetize outside cosmetics. There are so many games that monetize successfully with cosmetics. Like,
So-
I want to go back in time and see like an alternate universe. Like, what happens if they just monetize cosmetics and they don't do any of this like nonsense stuff? Chat, I would be spending $20 on a new skin for like a board or something for the bazaar, or like to make my dually spin or do a little jump when he wins or something, or like to make my railgun a different color. Like, I would do all of that. I'd spend $20 on it. What the fuck? I spent so much money in Path of Exile. I don't even know how much money I spent. Okay, now I do, and I'm sad about it. But you know, it happened. It was a long period of time. And like, I spent money on Marvel Snap as well. Like $10 a month, whatever. Pretty good. Like, it's not the money that I'm opposed to. It's like, it's the bait and switch, and then you telling me that I'm wrong, you're right, everyone's an idiot, the moon landing didn't happen, and you're the only person who has the right answer. Like, dude, I live in America. I'm kind of sick of being told to ignore what I see with my eyes. It's frustrating right now. Can I kill this guy, or is he like not taking damage?
For some reason, I don't know why, but certain enemies like this just have such a small hitbox. that,
Yeah,
like,
right?
Yeah,
Dude, grow up. Come
it
on.
never feels good.
They spent thousands? I spent hundreds. I spent like $700. Which is a lot of money, but like, I also played Path of Exile for a long fucking time.
Because, like, the thing is like, do you think that this is a reaction to, like, the money people, like the finance people being like, hey, dude, we're not going to be able to make it on this kind of like thing?
Hey,
Or
what's going
are
on?
they doing it because they want to make more money? Like, that's like a good question. Like, what do you think that is? Do you think it's like, oh, if we did it this other way, we weren't going to make enough money? Or do you think it's just we want to make more money? Like, what do you think for that?
I was using Twitch chat, I wasn't listening.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're good.
gonna be
Oh.
honest with you.
No, you're
I
good.
don't
So,
fucking
like,
know.
you know, the reaction with like the bazaar and all that. Do you think
Yeah.
them changing course is a reaction to them realizing that they weren't going to make enough money to stay afloat, or do you think they just wanted more money?
I think they wanted more money.
Okay.
I think that they were looking at it and think like, okay, this is the kind of game we want to be. This is how other games monetize. We're gonna be a mobile game. How do mobile games monetize? Can we get away with this? We think the answer is yes.
Because for me to get an actual answer to that question, I'd have to go find someone in the industry and stuff. So.
Yeah, I think they just looked at similar games, so like, can we get away with this? And they figured that the answer is yes. And like, people who are like perpetually online on, you know, Discord and Reddit and social media, like making a big deal out of this, those people are always a minority every single time. Chat, if you're watching on Twitch.tv, you're a minority. You know, and like, it's gonna succeed or fail based on the casual audience, because that's how every game succeeds and fails.
Yeah, I bring this up all the time with like Last Epoch, and like the reasoning why I have this kind of like perspective on it is because like I read, like I know it's crazy, but I actually read the comments people put out, like, and I read people's like frustrations and stuff like that with the game, like I know what the general community feels. Like, obviously, it's not every single casual that's posting my comments, but there's like enough of them for me to realize like I'm not so pig-headish to believe that like what I do is like what 99% of the population does, right?
All they had to say was not put the microphone in front of Reynad. I tend to agree with you. I think this whole thing with Reynad, like, there's been other excellent examples that have happened in the past. I just don't know what they are off the top of my head. But this thing with Bazaar is like an amazing example of why you should have a community manager. And the value that having a community manager brings to your brand or your game or your products. Like, it makes me think of Bex. Just like, holy shit. Bex was so good for Path of Exile.
I think this. I feel the same about Mike. Like sometimes he gets stuff wrong, but like I feel like genuinely it's been a positive thing that he's been around.
Mike, I don't think Mike should be the community manager, and he's not the community manager, but he's a very public face of Last Epoch.
Yeah.
And like, in my opinion, maybe he shouldn't be. Yeah, you know, but that's just me.
I mean,
on the other hand,
if he is going to be, they should like, you know, like train him, or you know what I mean, right? Like, he doesn't need to answer every single
question.
Well, my problem, he can answer questions, just not the ones that are obviously antagonistic. You know, like. Hey,
Chad,
bro.
if you're new here, my only opinion on Mike is that he's too good for this world. That's my only opinion on him. He is the nicest guy.
Every single time, like I see a new community manager for Last Epoch, we get something really weird, like Last Epoch Hot Sauce or like Last Epoch Racing, and then they go away for a while and then they return again.
Yeah, Chris is officially gone for Path of Exile as well. Yeah. Bex is on. She's on Blue Sky as well, and she is currently taking recommendations of what animes to watch. So you should make sure to message her on Blue Sky and let her know which anime she should watch next.
Good thing I'm not going to, because that would be evil. I think Mike has just been like the only person managing so far. It's been really funny. I just love like just watching his reactions to like people just being obviously antagonistic and being an asshole to him. Like is it gonna be the day he breaks? Like every time I see him respond to a comment, it's like, is this the one that makes him break? Or like, and I feel bad because like that shouldn't be how it should be, but that's just how Mike ends up doing it because he just answers everything.
It is what it is. It do be like that sometimes, dude. It do be. My not to completely pivot the conversation. My kid's trying out humor. She was asking me jokes the other day, and I don't know what joke comes to mind for you, chat, when a 3-year-old asks you, tell me a joke. So I tried 2 jokes on her. This is what came to mind for me, and like, I don't know. So one I tried, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7 ate 9. And I think she understood the joke. I think so. The other joke that came to mind when she asked, she said, because she doesn't laugh at the joke, she just says, tell me another joke, and it makes you like die inside. But then she's like, tell me another joke, and I said, okay. I said, you know what a fly is? Like, you know, an annoying fly that flies around your head and goes, bzzz, and she said, yeah, a fly. And I said, what do you call a fly with no wings? A walk. And then she goes, tell me another joke. And I said, oh my God, I just died inside. So then like a few minutes later of, you know, me dying because I don't know what the fuck kind of joke you tell a little kid. She goes, Dad, what do you call a duck with no wings? I said, I don't know. What do you call a duck with no wings? And she said, a colorful bird. So yeah, all right.
A joke I would
So that's what I do when I'm not streaming, chat. Oh wait, we've been workshopping it. She's ready for her comedy tour. So I tried to get her to replicate the joke because we went to Grandma and Grandpa's house. I was like, Grandma and Grandpa, we've been working on our jokes. Do you want to hear one? I said, all right, okay, Maple. It's my kid's name. I said, okay, Maple. I said, what do you call a duck with no wings? And she goes, a tree. I can't handle it, dude. The smile on her face when she said that, it was too much. Way too cute for me. I couldn't handle it. You gotta bomb. Yeah, you gotta bomb a few times. It's part of the comedic process. You gotta learn. She's testing new material on the grandparents. Oh my god. It's so good. Can I share another one with you? Let me share another one with you. What do I spec points into? Man, I don't fucking know. Damage on recent kill. I'll put kids. So we've been like working on jokes and like, you know, sometimes my wife and I make sideways, you know, adult comments, you know, over her head, and like my wife will laugh and then I'll start laughing and then like she laughs because I'm laughing and I'm laughing. So from my daughter's perspective, it looks like we're just spontaneously giggling, but like suppressed giggling, which kind of looks like you're, you know, like hyperventilating or I don't know, you know, like suppressed giggling. And this phrase that my daughter has picked up somewhere, she goes, whoa, 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 slow down, slow down. So like we make a joke, we say something funny, you know, like, I don't know, some kind of like adult joke over her head. And like we both start snickering and all of a sudden she goes, whoa, 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 slow down, slow down. And it's just the funniest. I can't handle it. For those of you who are parents, you understand. If you're not a parent, just trust me, it's way funnier than it sounds.
I'm gonna get off soon. I'm gonna ask my wife, can we have kids after this? And she's like, no.
Yeah, ask her and see, you know, just float that by her, see what happens. I'm sure everything's fine.
It's like, why do you want them all of a sudden? I'm like, I want them to tell jokes, man.
Just ask her what you call a duck with no wings. I don't know, dude.
Don't ask her about the diamond matrons.
It's hilarious. I cannot stop smiling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. Slow down, Twitch chat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello, this is Dread Jr. Oh no. Oh
No.
wait. Hold on. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Let me tell you one more story, okay? So I asked my wife. I said, what would it take for Twitch chat to be able? Oh wait, hold on. This is more important. No, it's not. It's equally important. We're gonna talk about lore for a second here. So I said, what would it take for Twitch chat to decide the middle name? Because like we already know what the first name is gonna be. We've already
Yes.
like we got like, you know, little baby clothes with the kid's first name on. Like we can't change the first name. I said, so what would it take for Twitch chat to decide like the middle name?
Made it safely.
Pause that. Take a look at the lore that's about to happen on screen here.
Greetings.
It says, you of all things, this is what surprises me. It doesn't matter. Ulrich tells me that you found a hidden entrance to catch the Emperor off guard. You have it, do you not, the Epoch? Do not worry about the outcasts. There's no need to return. The Epoch is all you need for what must happen next. But first, we must get you
Wow,
out of
she
the
is
city.
kind of a. Wow, you're right.
This is Apophis.
Yeah.
I got an entrance to the catacombs, directly under Majelka. Follow the tunnels and you'll find an exit. What then? The Imperials have built a way station to the Titan's Canyon. This way station connects to another just outside the Immortal Citadel. Hurry, before Spy Master Zedek finds you. This is Apophis. This is the one who says, I cannot die. Mother, you will not drink my virgin blood. Yeah, so that's her. She's great. Her mom doesn't drink her. Okay, so what was I saying? So I asked my wife about middle names. And she said, there's... The epoch is all you need. Yeah. So she knows you fucked up. Yeah, she knows. She told me that she's like... It's like we talked about real middle names. You know, appropriate middle names that a kid could have. And then she said, I have bad news for you. She said, there's a middle name that I really like. And it's kind of growing on me. And I said, okay, you know, she's got like a shit-eating grin on her face. And I was like, okay, so what are you going to try to name our kid? Our first kid has 2 middle names. My wife has 2 middle names. I figured it was going to be like, you know, Serendipity or some shit like that. Or, you know, like more of a boyish middle name or something. I said, so what's the middle name that you're going to try to give to our child? And she says, I can't do it. She says, the. She's like, think of how cool a name that would be. It'd be like... like your last name's like, you know, like Johnson or something. It'd be like, Billy the Johnson. I'm like, what the fuck? She's like, thinking like, what if... That's amazing. Oh, and the worst part is, it kind of sounds cool. Oh my god, it's so funny. She's like, yeah, you know, like the. So like you could have like 2 middle names. So it'd be like first name, middle name, the last name. Yeah, she's on. I don't know about on to something. She's definitely on something. Of Chauncey. No, but like, I ruin your kid's life. But like, it'd be like, you know, like Billy Joe the Green, or Billy Joe the Smith. Billy Joe the Smith? Oh my god. Oh, that's so cool.
Do you think you're gonna have Maple watch the Minecraft movie with you?
Nope.
Why not?
She'll know what Minecraft is someday. But then we have to talk about what a child predator is too. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we're gonna have a lot of conversations when she gets online.
I was watching a video the other day, and some names were mentioned of certain people who used to make YouTube content on Minecraft that I used to watch, and it's just like it really is just a 50-50 chance, you know. If you know, it really is.
Stand down.
She's like a Souls-like boss, or like he would be. Yeah, I don't know, man. Cause like my wife's really into like, you know, like Viking names too. And she's like, yeah, the. Like, okay, let's get you to bed.
Stand down or die.
So anyways, if any of you are looking for kid names, just toss the out there. Leaf Barracks. We have some weird names in the family. We have I've mentioned this before, and like this is like the weirdest name. We've got like a lot of kind of weird names, but one of them in the extended family is Lord, which is like fine, but he's also I think the full first name is Lordmeister, and his middle names are Swift Eagles. And no, he's not Native American in any capacity. He's just a white guy. I'm not gonna tell you his last name, but he's Lord Meister Swift Eagle. I feel like if I give you his last name, that might be too much information to go on. You might be like, you know, look him up or something, but yeah. I think we're just telling you Lord Meister. What a great name. I take it back. This is definitely the speedrun. Tell Pearl that Twitch chat supports the. I'll let her know. Is he a D&D character? I don't think he does anything spectacular. I think he's just some guy. I think he's just some dude. Your kid's name was sourced from a gacha game that you were playing at the time? Xander? Xander's a real name. Chat, I know a lot of little kids named Kai. There are a fuck ton of kids out there named Kai. Like, I don't know, like a quarter of the boys that I know are named Kai. It's like, holy shit, dude.
It's so funny. I didn't even know who Kai Cenat was until like recently. And then like, it was like, wait, you don't know? I'm like,
He's like the #1 streamer on the platform, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't watch Twitch like that, unfortunately.
I also don't watch Twitch like that. Health, dodge rating, throwing cold damage. I think throwing cold damage is kind of cool. Oh, sealed Elirez. Yo, what is this thing? What the fuck? Monka? That's so good. What the fuck?
I love that they finally made it so that, like, you don't troll yourself and you don't like freaking do like the, you know, the level requirements and stuff like that. Then Nemesis doesn't like screw your
Oh yeah, true enough, true enough.
Yeah, I remember before it did. It was like really annoying.
In Bulgarian, all last names come with an ending that means of the. Yeah, that's cool. Like old-timey names are like that. Oh, do I want... Maybe I want a singularity. I'm gonna go down here real quick.
Said no one ever.
No, because we're gonna be a void dot thing. We could
I feel
conceivably...
like having extra resistance there would probably be better for you.
You mean like in my idols?
Yeah.
Really? Just extra res? I don't believe that's true.
I don't really
Well, let's see if it fits.
put singularity up there.
A singularity is garbage, but like, you know, it could be good someday. What if they buffed it today while I'm wearing it?
I still don't understand where that's going, because remember we had that talk about like crit chance getting changed, and then we have the singularity talk. Like, where is that all going? We haven't had like an update to that conversation.
I don't think it's gonna get changed. There's no way they do that.
Because like they were talking about it.
I should really put a skill in my bar, shouldn't I? Huh? Bug it. Oop. I can do Void Cleave someday when I get the scepter for it.
It's crazy how some Harbinger uniques are really good, like the Scepter, and some of them are just straight trash. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm never farming this timeline.
I think most of the new unique items that were added during this patch 3 years ago, I think they were all like really good items.
Oh, I think
Like
so
really,
too.
like
Just
not
certain
they
ones.
didn't all end up being good, but like they were all good attempts at being items.
They're interesting at the very least, and they might be good in the future.
Like none of them were just like, this is terrible, why would I ever use this? Like some of them don't like fit right now, but a lot of cool items. Do I have a ranged build to recommend? Yeah, I suppose so. There's a lot of things in this game that are ranged. Like I'm currently playing a ranged build, am I not? But I don't know. If you're playing like a bow character or something, I would just like, you know, go load it up and play. You can always level with like bleed plus puncture, and then figure out more details after that. recommending a build to somebody is always kind of tricky in my opinion, because like, I don't like recommending too many specific details, especially if I don't like know you, because I don't know if you're like a new player, you're like a veteran player. I don't know what you've done in the past. I don't know like what you enjoy. Do you like using a bow? Do you hate rangers? Do you want to play like a spell character? Like I don't, you know. The best recommendation for you is something that you're gonna enjoy for a long time. You know what I mean? Did I see last epochs on Blue Sky? Yeah, I told him to. And also yes. Also yes.
We're gonna get last epoch on Vine.
Unlikely, I would say.
Aw.
They are definitely not on Blue Sky because I told them to. However, I did bother them about it for a while. I think the social media people who are in charge of Last Epoch, or rather the Last Epoch people who are in charge of social media, have a very good perspective on what platforms they want to be on and what platforms they don't want to be on. I think the people managing those accounts know what they're doing. Makes me happy.
Wait, you don't want them to like be on MySpace though?
I do want them to be on MySpace. Yeah, they should do that. This is a maze. Is there an item that I want? Ready? A fire starter torch! Oh my god, it's OP. I could have been using this the whole time. Oh well.
Too late now.
Maybe actually. I could still just use it right now.
Speaking of, this is actually a topic I've been thinking about for a while.
What's that?
But what do you think about the skill proc apocalypse?
This waypoint's
Go
harder
on.
than I anticipated.
It seems like as though there's kind of a trend recently where to make a skill quirky and new, they're just gonna make it so it procs a different skill, a la carte like explosive trap, right?
Wait, can I pause for a sec? Because we were talking about lore recently. This is the first time you run into Yulia here. For those of you who are interested in lore, the first time you run into her, she says, "Shh, don't be alarmed." Hold on. Wait, can I turn it up? Sound. Wait, so you go.
Shh. Don't be alarmed. The Emperor wants you dead. That makes us friends. You're trying to reach the Citadel. I know a path. Over there. Follow it to the mountains. The roads are dangerous, but there's just enough ground to make it through. Go. Find me in the necropolis. We'll speak more there.
Can I trust you?
I want to say more, but there are spies everywhere. Just know, I wouldn't risk being seen if it weren't urgent.
So this is old lady Yulia. This version of Yulia has already met you. She is not saying more because she thinks that you know the plan. Where's my right here, remember? She thinks that you know the plan, and she thinks that you have the lance right now. Yeah, this is Yulia undead, yes.
She looks like she needs some Tim Hortons or something right now.
So yeah, she thinks that you know the plan. She doesn't want to say more because Ulrich's standing right there, and she thinks that you and her are about to go kill the Immortal Emperor together.
I'll try to distract his soldiers, but expect resistance. Hopefully, I will see you soon.
No, she actually should know you didn't have the lance. I don't know if you mean me or not. Okay, so this version of Yulia thinks that you currently have the lance.
You don't even know about the lance at all.
You don't even know. You don't
like
even
you
know.
literally don't even know about it at this point. You're just literally here because you think that like killing the Emperor would like fix the timeline or something.
Oh, wait. Does that mean that your inventory is like canon in the game? Yeah, bag of holding. I guess bag of holding does exist. That's a great question for Mike tomorrow. Please waste his time asking. Okay, so when you get...
They're not having... Mike's not on time.
Oh, you're right. They're doing their vacation stuff. Yeah, I remember that.
Just ask the devs. I'm sure he'll answer.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, like I was saying before, like there's kind of just been a trend that I've been noticing where like instead of like making each skill individually good and interesting, there's been kind of like this approach where like, oh, to make it cool, let's make this skill proc this skill and stuff like that. I feel like as though like obviously I don't think it's bad now, but I could see it getting a little bit worse because I think like out of all of the offenders, I think explosive trap is the biggest offender of a skill that procs a bunch of different skills and doesn't really add depth to the game. Because like, for instance, it's like if you try to use like detonating arrow by itself, it's awful because it's not proc from explosive trap. If you try to use acid blast by itself, it's awful because it's not proc from explosive trap and stuff like that. And it just seems like there's just been a lot of skills of late that just kind of feel that way.
Yeah, it is interesting to figure out the puzzle of this skill procs this skill. How do I scale my damage? What's my mana going to look like? That's an interesting puzzle to solve. Path of Exile went through the same thing, which is around the time when they added Intensify and Unleash into the game, because they wanted self-cast to be better than it had been at that point in time in the history of Path of Exile. I think what Last Epoch will have to solve is exactly the same question. Like, should a product version of a skill be the ideal way of playing it? Should it be strictly better than self-casting? How much better should it be than self-casting it?
Yeah, like Gathering Storm, I think is like the perfect example of this.
Yeah, where Gathering Storm by itself is garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just kind of been something I've been like noticing over the past few times, and it's just like I don't really like that because like I like it when they make a new skill that does something new. I don't know. And maybe I'm crazy, but
What's this thing? Give me more damage. Damage.
should the proc version not use a skill tree? No, that should never be the case.
It definitely should use the skill tree because like that's the cool and interesting part. Like the game is cool and interesting. We should keep the cool and interesting things. But like should there be a self-cast detonating arrow build? Yeah, probably. There probably should be something like that. If the ideal way of playing any version of detonating arrows by proccing it off of the other thing, then like that's it's not ideal for us. Like I guess Smite's another good example. Like, should there be a self-cast Smite build? Yeah, probably, because there's self-cast nodes on the skill tree for double casting it, right? Or
I think self-cast Smite's a lot closer because of like devotion giving you cast speed and stuff like that. Like I think Smite's actually a good example of how to go about it the other way. Like how to fix it, I think. Because like I can think like self-cast Smite has always been a good single target source. It's always just been how do I clear though? And you just either use a different skill or you just
healing hands.
Use a way to
Healing
block
hands
it.
helps to address that problem too.
Yeah. Like for me, in my opinion, I think a good way to make detonating arrow interesting outside of proccing it is to just add a node that's kind of like Unleash with like Maelstrom.
Oh
like,
yeah, totally. That's a great example too.
Or like you pick up like, or I don't know, maybe Dark Quiver could do something useful. And like, oh, you pick up a Black Quiver, your next detonating arrow shoots 3 times. That'd be cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy for thinking that. Maybe I'm crazy for thinking Dark Quiver should be useful.
I got this.
How do you balance proc skills? I mean, there are balanced proc skills. They exist. Like let me think of for a moment. I know it's funny. It's like, oh, they're balanced. Can't think of one. No, I can think of one. I just have to look. I think Smite and all of its procs are balanced. Like, I don't know.
But yeah,
Smite's
so like
balanced.
I do think it is. I think in general, that's the question that EHGs like needs to keep asking themselves. Hopefully, they are on the side of like self-casting things being appropriate. I'd be surprised if they don't like that. You know what I mean?
I don't mind it when it's a skill like Healing Hands, where it's kind of made with that proc in mind, you know? Like it was made with like procking it in mind, right?
Yeah,
With
but then there's
free
all that
hammer.
channeled bullshit on the left side.
Well, that just needs to, like, it's the same spell dot problem where like it should just deal damage. I don't know. I feel like skills that do damage should deal damage, right?
Right now, it's generally all upside. Yeah, maybe they like add new nodes to the skill tree. There's a lot of bad skill trees in Last Epoch. There's a lot of skill trees in Last Epoch that are good. They're like 50% of the skill tree is good, and then 50% of the skill tree you don't know what it does because it's so bad.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, there's a lot of skills in Last Epoch that have good mechanics in their skill trees that make sense. They just don't deal damage with said skill, so no one cares. Like Cinder Strike, I know it's funny, yeah, hard, like we laugh about it, but like if the skill itself just did damage, its tree is actually rather interesting.
It is. It's got like, conversion stuff, first hits, second hits, crit vulnerabilities.
It's got like the burning dagger stuff, which I still think they should pierce. I don't know why they don't pierce. But
It's
whatever.
wild, isn't it?
Yeah. Like I think Gathering Storm is like a balanced proc if they just make Gathering Storm itself good, right? And they could do that. They could just, I don't know, make it so you generate more stacks. It wouldn't be that hard, would it? It's just like
It's weird that Storm Bolts are so good and Gathering Storm is so bad. I like Gathering Storm. I think it's a really cool melee skill.
yeah.
It's bad, but like I think it's really cool. So
Well, I played the melee version with the two-handed weapon, and it actually had the damage scaling to keep up with everything and all that. It just didn't have the area, and then it was like, oh, let's put on Earthquake to area. Oh, wait, no, I'm an Earthquake build now.
and it's just so much better that it kind of eclipses the whole rest of your build. It's like putting spark charges in your build. Like it's like, oh man, I've got spark charges. I should really use a fragment of the Enigma, shouldn't I?
That's actually, like I said, that was like part of the consensus of that 3-hour video was just like, a lot of these skills just have cool trees. Like, for instance, Upheaval. I think Upheaval has a cool tree. It just, I don't use it because it has a mana cost.
True.
I can't be Sunder Boy if I'm paying taxes, right?
Just don't pay taxes, dude.
Like Entangling Roots has a really cool tree. Like I like the poisonous seeds part. They look really cool. They just don't individually do enough damage to merit its existence.
It does low enough damage that you can only use it for utility. So then all the damage nodes are just like you can kind of just ignore them.
Like I think a good example here is Swarmblade. Like 3/4 of its tree is based on locusts, and locusts are terrible. But if locusts were good minions, then it would actually be really good.
What time is it? Let's see. What's a good stopping point? I gotta stop soon. Oh, Yulia's Shelter. It's the perfect one. Infernal Shade. Infernal Shade's usable. There's legitimately good Infernal Shade builds right now.
Oh yeah, I love Infernal Shade now. I think like the spell dot portion that isn't abused by Chthonic Fissure could use just like a small tinge of help, and I think that the Fizz conversion node should be so far up the tree. But other than that, I like Infernal Shade where it's at. The spell sucks to use. Self-casting the spell sucks to use, mainly because it has the same kind of like behavior that Dreadshade has. But that's like something they could fix. It just like, but like the skill itself is like really good.
Oh man, you know what I want to use right now? A set item. Oh, where get that thing from? No. Legitimately, the Blade of the Forgotten Knight is really good for this build. Okay. You just wait, dude.
I mean, I think that's just like a usability problem with the game. Like for instance, like if just Infernal Shade worked like every other spell in the game, it'd be fine. It's just like for some reason it just has really weird targeting. Like it's not even like the skill how it works. It's like it just feels bugged. Like every time I play with it, like self-cast, it feels bugged. And like with Last Epoch, like, are you really gonna tell me it's not bugged?
Stand down or die.
Okay, Chad. All we need is patch 1.2. So we can play Sentinel. We can all play Void Knights. We can all play Forge Guards with two-handed spears plus a shield. All we need
is Sparta.
We need one more month. You just
Less
fucking
than a
wait,
month
dude.
actually, but yeah.
Less than a month. All right, Chad. It's around 11:30. I hit a perfect breaking point here. I've looked inside myself, and I realized that what sparks joy is not playing Glacier, but rather throwing hammers in a circular motion around myself. It makes me so much happier. All right. In any case, we're gonna go host someone. Dread, you're not streaming, are you?
No.
What if you were streaming this entire time? That was fucking funny.
That'd be funny, yeah.
Let's go find somebody. How about who's a person? I go host some kind of Last Epoch gamer out there. This one? Sure. We're gonna go host someone named Mammoth Ego. I don't know this person. I can only assume that they're a good watch. Reyna? No.
That's immediately what I thought too. That's immediately what I thought.
Let's go meet someone new. We'll see what they're up to. Looks like they're playing some kind of like mage character or something. So maybe they're having a good time. Chad, I appreciate you being here. Dread, I'm gonna sign off Discord as well. See you guys later, right? Have a good night.
Real quick before you hop off. Oh, I'm just waiting for the stream to end. Oh, I'll wait.